creativity, critical thinking, communication, and community. For your kind information, we have today with us Professor Ali Krams, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Education and Senior Vice President, Monash University, Australia. You will witness very shortly the presence of Dr. Mandy Mock, CEO and founder, Applied Higher Education Singapore. You are going to witness shortly the presence of Professor Rojira Minana, Vice Provost, Global Engagement, Drexel University, USA. You will also witness the live presence of Dr. Rohit Verma, Dean, Dalra Monry School of Business, South Carolina, USA. You will also be witness the stalwarts of Amity University and various dignitaries who will be showing their presence here on the 24th INBUSH Era 2024. The stage is set with your vibrant presence, and very shortly the guests will arrive. So I would request each one of you to kindly put your mobile phone on silent. There's this wonderful audience who is sitting here in the smooth court since more than 1 hour. I really appreciate your time, and I'm sure that the experience that you are going to gauge today will be milestone to your life. I will again repeat, today's experiential sharing will not come in chat GPT. So you are going to witness everything which is coming up with the experience of these luminaries, which they have traveled cross world, and they are going to bring with them the mindful and insightful learning which can shape your future to take up any challenges of the VUCA world and come up as a sustainable youth tomorrow. So just wait for another few minutes and we are going to start. Dear students, kindly note, a very warm good afternoon to all the dignitaries present today for the 24th INBUSH Era 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Professor Ali Clements, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Education and Senior Vice President, Monash University. I would request the audience, such a warmth that you have shared today for the 24th INBUSH Era 2024. Please be seated. The guests have arrived. So a big thunderbolt for the 24th INBUSH Era 2024. So, warm good afternoon to one and all present here. This is a big historical day for Amity International Business School, Amity University, Noida, that we are here celebrating our 3-day International Business Summit on the theme, Empowering Change Through 5 C's of Transformation, Collaboration, Creativity, Critical Thinking, Communication, and Community. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Professor Ali Clements, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Education and Senior Vice President, Monash University, Australia. Keep on applauding for Dr. Mondi Mok, CEO and founder, Applied Higher Education, Singapore. Keep giving this thunderbolts for Professor Roger Raminana, Vice Provost, Global Engagement, Drexel University, and to Dr. Rohit Verma, Dean Dalramo, School of Business, South Carolina, University of USA, who is joining us live online. Please keep big applauses to our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, who is the man behind this great show. The Group Vice Chancellors of Amity Universities, who has made this possible for the 24th time. I also take a pride to welcome Dr. Anthony Foster, Vice Chancellor, University of Essex. I also welcome Dr. Gregory, the Chief Coursework Officer, Monash University, Australia. It's a big day for each one of us, and I'm sure, dear student, the knowledge and the wisdom that you are going to take up from this session will be a game changer in your life, and you are going to witness the big historical experiences today for this great session of our inaugural for INBUSH World Summit 2024. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, delegates, researchers, scholars, media personals, faculty members, student, and member of academia and industry from across the globe. Welcome to the journey that spans 2.5 decades of unwavering commitment to education, innovation, and collaboration. Amity University, Noida proudly presents the 24th International Business Summit, INBUSH Era 2024. This milestone marks not just the passing of air, but a legacy of excellence, growth, and transformation. Throughout this summit, we will explore the 5 C's of transformation: collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and community. As the cornerstone principles that guide our path forward through panel discussions, research conference, IEEE Research Conference, 8th International Conference on Innovation Practices in Technology and Management, ICI PTM 2024, and Research Conference, Recent Trend in Engineering, Technology and Management, ICR TETBM, Publishing Partner Springer, and various keynote addresses, panel discussions. We will explore strategies to foster these qualities within our organization and communities, flooring the way for positive change on the global scale. Our theme 5 C's: collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and community. Here we say collaboration means diverse perspective and resources together, fostering synergy and collective problem solving. Creativity ignites innovation, enabling us to explore new solutions and adapt the evoking challenges. Critical thinking empowers us to analyze complexities, make informed decisions, and navigate uncertainties with clarity. Effective communication, in true sense, is a cornerstone of any successful endeavor. Last, but certainly not least, community lies at the heart of our efforts. Whether it is our local or the global village, nurturing strong and inclusive communities is essential for creating meaningful change. By working together and supporting one another, we can build a better future for all. Thank you, Group Vice Chancellor, sir, for bringing such a thoughtful theme for our 24th INBUSH Era 2024. Now I would request all the dignitaries to kindly step forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. And would like to invite Barbie and Maheshwari, student for BBA IB AI program, for the Saraswati Vandana. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। तू स्वर की देवी, ये संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार दे माँ, हमें प्यार दे माँ, हमें प्यार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हमें तार दे माँ। Thank you. With the lamp now lit, let us embark on the summit with renewed purpose and determination. Together, let us harness the power of knowledge and inspiration to create a world that is more just, sustainable, and inclusive for all. Ladies and gentlemen, now I take the privilege to invite our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh Sir, for his welcome address. Before I invite Sir, let me quickly take you all to his brief bio sketch. Professor Dr. Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity Universities, Director General of Amity Group of Institutions, and Vice Chairman of Global Foundation for Learning Excellence, holds 25 years of diverse expertise in institution building, teaching, consultancy, research, and industry. With the prestigious doctorate and postgraduate degree from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, where he excelled with 7 merits, Dr. Singh is a distinguished scholar in international business. As the youngest founder, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Amity University for 2 decades, founder Director General of Amity International Business School, and founder CEO of Association of International Business School, London, he has played pivotal roles in establishing various Amity campuses globally. Dr. Singh immersed in industry for 1.5 years as Chief Executive Officer of a prominent industrial group, further enriched his strategic acumen. His international acclaim extends to speaking engagement to esteemed forums, including Harvard Business School, NYU, MIT, and more, alongside receiving over 25 international and national awards. A captivating orator, his heart-touching messages are one that made him a lead out of the crowd. Internationally recognized as a leader, professor in management, Dr. Singh is hailed for his roles as an institution builder, writer, trainer, a champion of student heart, making him a luminary in academia and industry. Now I take the privilege to invite our Group Vice Chancellor for his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
25 years is a long time. In 25 years, almost everything changes. Economies change, countries change, world changes, stock markets change, institutions change. But one thing which has not changed in the world is the passion of our dedicated team, which has been organizing this international conference under the leadership of our founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan. We have got 12 vice chancellors who are watching you live, 16 director generals from the various parts of the globe. I have been given to understand that 100,000 students from across the globe, out of the 250,000 students which we have, they are watching this conference. On behalf of everyone and on my own behalf as a group vice chancellor, I welcome each one of you. Give a huge applause to those who are on the stage. And off the stage, my salute to this great team and to our partners. We see today in this conference more than 250 world leaders from across the globe at the level of founders, CEOs, managing directors, vice chancellors, vice presidents, and large number of researchers. I've been given to understand about 1,600 researchers from across the globe. They are participating on a hybrid mode, presenting their papers, presenting their wonderful work. And that was a dream of MIT, that we should be able to create that kind of ecosystem where large number of people from across the globe, they can come together and they can get advantage of being word as one institution. Give a huge applause to everyone who's supporting INBUSH from the last 25 years. When I stand here today, I can see some of our strategic partners being a part of this conference, who are traveling from Australia, who are traveling from UK, who are traveling from United States of America, traveling from New Zealand, traveling from Canada, traveling from Africa, and traveling from somewhere about 43 countries. We are thankful from the bottom of our heart for each one of you for not only traveling and making MIT so special, but also making India as so special as it is evolving as one of the largest and superpowers of the world. Thank you so very much. Give a huge applause once again to everyone. I have been given to understand that I need to speak on the theme which goes on the 5 C's, which is collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and community. In the morning, while I was interacting with large number of researchers, one of the researchers asked me question, what is INBUSH? We don't find this name in dictionary, INBUSH. Is it related with Bush? Is it related with President Bush? Is it related with something else? No, it is not related with President Bush. But this was a name which our founder gave to this word conference 25 years back. All of us, we sat together. I remember I was very young. I'm not old today also. But I remember that as a very young person, 19 people sat together. And at that time, there were many conferences which were being organized. So our founder asked this question, that what is going to be so special in the international conference which you are going to organize? And we discussed that how it is going to be. And the vision was very, very clear. And the vision was that we need to bring the world together. We need to create that ecosystem which can strengthen Asia, which can strengthen India, which can take inspiration from some of the top universities of the world, and which can build MIT as amongst the top brands of the world. Today in the morning, when the research, some of the top researchers were together, we deliberated that how you can create a very good research ecosystem and how you can sustain some of the brightest brains together. So I am relating this with the topic. And this is a very special anecdote which we normally quote. I had a sparrow. I had a sparrow as a pet in my home, and one day it flew away. Right? We have seen that many times you have birds, you have your kids, you have your people, you love them, you like them, you give all affection to them, but they go. But they go, right? I also had a squirrel, right, whom I loved, but squirrel also ran away. So there are two ways of looking at it, that those who have gone, you can keep crying, or you can build something which is better. So what we did, we planted a tree. And do you know what happened? Both of them, they came back. And that is, yes, of course. It shows how important it is to create an environment which can bring top researchers of the world together. If you want to grow, you need to create environment. You need to create and cultivate an environment which should build a university as a world-class university. And that was the vision of our founder. that we never wanted that people should run, but we never wanted to stop them also. But we wanted to create an ecosystem which is better in the world, which is the best in the world, where all the top brands can be together. And when I look at the topic today, I'm so thrilled that we have got the leaders of leaders today who have created similar ecosystem in the world. We have got Professor Clemens, who's representing Monash. Give a huge applause to her. And also along with her is our very good friend, Professor Greg. I would say that both of them, they are the great leaders. Monash is amongst the top universities, one of the largest universities of the world. And I remember, and it's almost a year when we have been working together now to build a great brand called Amity and Monash together. And we thought that how we should be able to create similar kind of ecosystem. So we planted a tree so that we should be able to bring people together. We should be able to bring researchers together. And today, when I am standing here, I see that what kind of collaboration we have been able to bring. Monash and MIT, they become the first university in India to implement new education policy in total. Give a huge applause to them. Number of visits took place, and I know the kind of pains Monash team has taken, that they were coming, we were going there. But today we see our business school, business management courses, both at undergrad and postgraduate level, our engineering program, our biotechnology program, and also our programs in the area of psychology. We became the first university from India to hold a very high powered international research conference at Monash. This happened only in November. And I think it not only brought some of the top researchers of Australia and India together, but it also brought the students together. We went with a delegation of about 35 students who were there at Monash. And when they came back with good memories. I have been given to understand that this year about 137 students have already registered for going into the various programs of Monash. And that is how the brands are built. We are so grateful to the team of Monash who is here. I know that there are a large number of Monash representatives who have come. Thank you so very much for gracing the occasion. I can also see large number of our partners, and I want to acknowledge each one of them who is sitting here. I can see on the stage our very good friend, Dr. Mandy Mock. Dr. Mandy is a good friend from the last 25 years. Also, a great leader, academic leader, the one who has given a new definition to QS. I think that all of you know QS. They not only rank, but they bring universities together as one of the pillars of the QS. At one point of time, as a CEO of QS, she was the one who was defining and redefining that how the education sector, especially the higher education sector in the world should work. Give a huge applause to her. Today, Dr. Monk has again taken a challenge. So she has started another company. We invited her in Singapore, where we met this November, where we organized another research conference. And she came and we sat together. And I said, Doctor, if you will be able to come to INBUSH, it will be a great presence and world will be able to see your vision. And she came. Thank you so very much for coming. Drexel University, they have been very close to us. And we can see Professor Rogelio, the Vice Provost of the Global Engagement. We have already finalized number of initiatives with them. We are trying to see and create an ecosystem where the students in India, they can do first part of the program in India, and then they can do second part of the program with Drexel. We are creating a system where the students, they can do a part of the program, which is just 6 months in India, and then they can go for their master's program. We're also looking at undergrad programs, where the undergrad programs in India can be started, and then the students can go to Drexel. We are looking at creating an ecosystem where the students can do their apprenticeships and their internships with them. Very warm welcome to give a huge applause to him. I can see Dr. Rohit Verma, one of our very close friends online. He's a dean at the Business School of South Carolina, University, USA, earlier at Cornell, and played a very, very important role in creating a university in Vietnam. Very warm welcome to you, Dr. Rohit. We know that AACSB, a very prestigious conference, is going on right now in Spain, where all the top deans are there and are participating. We were also invited to participate. But most of the top deans of the business schools who are there, they are participating in this conference also online. Give a huge applause to him. Also, our appreciation to everyone who is present here. I can't take names of the everyone, but I want to acknowledge the presence of Professor Foster, Vice Chancellor of University of Essex, with whom we are taking many initiatives. Very warm welcome to you. Give a huge applause to him. We say that industry and academia, when they come together, then amazing thing happens. And I can see some of the leading industrialists also sitting here. Mr. Yong Sung Kin, give a huge applause to him, who is representing Ola. The Chief Operating Officer of Adani Power, who is specially flying to attend this meeting, Mr. Jaydev Nanda, give applause to him. Professor Holt, who's one of the known researchers, chair, head of the Department of Psychology, University of Aberystwyth. Dr. Neil Weston, Mr. Lakhbir Singh, who is the Chief Operating Officer, India Business Group, with whom we are developing many linkages in Southampton. Professor Bipin Chandra, Ashish, good to see you as a person from reading, right? You are still a part of MIT family. Mr. Bipul Chandra, Managing Director of Ducati. Mr. Dipankar Chakravarti, who is representing University of Birmingham. As you know, that University of Birmingham is again a strategic partner of MIT University, and we do a lot of good work. And Dipankar, we have seen you with what energy you work. I was with the Chancellor, Lord Moria, and he had all praises for you. Thank you so very much. Also, Mr. Hug Edmiston, Senior Vice President, Singapore Management University, if you are here. From ASIP, yeah, you are here. What we saw in Singapore, and Dr. Mehdi, I think that this is what we were thinking, that we have seen that Europe developing very fast. We saw America developing very fast. But I think that next 10 years, you will see many universities, including SMU. We are taking many initiatives with you, especially in the area of research. And what you have created, we feel so proud. And I think that MIT University Singapore and your university, they can come together for taking many more initiatives. Give a huge applause to him. Miss Jenny McAdire, who is here from Monash, and many others, which includes Mr. Jean, Professor Richard, Professor Neil, Professor Kiran Trehan, Professor Banerjee, Professor Khanna, Professor Garg, and Professor Vipul Shah, Dr. David, Dr. Maria, Dr. Venisha, Dr. Narendran, Dr. Richard, Dr. Neil, Dr. Blair, Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Hug, Dr. McIntyre, Professor Narula, the president of Toronto Metropolitan University, which will be speaking later, and one of the leading figures who's vice chancellor from the last 20 years in this university, Professor Lachmi, Professor Julia, the vice chancellor of Yorkville, the honorable member of parliament from Canada, Ms. Chandra Arya, Arun Pandya, Ms. Nadira Hamid, and many others. I think they will be speaking today. but there are quite a few, tens and hundreds of the others who will be speaking in the various sessions. On behalf of our founder, chancellor, all of us, we welcome each one of you. Please give a huge applause. They have traveled from across the globe to be a part of all of you. Coming on the theme, which revolves around that how to bring a change. Chancellor Atul Chauhan says that we want to change the world for the better. But then the question is that how that better will come, how that change will happen. We are taking example of Nelson Mandela, who brought the change, and he said that change can be brought through collaboration, through creativity, through critical thinking, through communication, and through community development. But when you bring change, there has to be someone, there has to be a founder, there has to be a visionary who thinks beyond boundaries, who has to conceive. And when you conceive, there is always a pain. And when there is a pain, you have two choices, either to quit or to go further. Those who don't quit and those who keep on flowing, they are the ones who are able to create great organizations. I quote the Mandela's history, and I was reading last evening that what inspiration we can take from there. The Guardian has identified three great leaders who have brought the change in the world: Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, and Martin Luther. And I'm going to take the three examples and then comparing it with Dr. Chauhan, who's our founder, that how he has been able to bring and create the education revolution in India. And then how collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication, community, along with research is important for the universities. Taking lessons from the history, if we look at Nelson Mandela, he was born in a country where he had only one dream, and he sacrificed his entire life for that dream. If you look at the example of Gandhi, Gandhi also had one dream and he sacrificed his entire life for that dream. If you look at the story of Martin Luther, he had also one dream to bring a change in United States of America, and he lived for that dream. If you look at the story of MIT, you will find that the founder of this university also had one dream and he lived for that dream. In the biography of Nelson Mandela, it is written that he just wanted his country where there is no discrimination, a country which can grow and breathe in free air. And the fruit of his dream was that he was jailed, imprisoned for 27 years. Just one dream. Dream to bring a change, dream that the country should be without discrimination, the dream that he should be able to contribute in South Africa. Result, 27 years in jail. He sacrificed everything for his vision, for his passion. You will be surprised if you will Google, he was not allowed to attend the funeral to the person he was closest, his mother. When his mother died, he pleaded that I want to attend the funeral. He was not allowed to attend the funeral. He was not allowed to see the dead body of his son. His son was dead. He was very close to his son. He was not able to see the body of his son. Everyone left him. Everyone left him. He was divorced and left alone for his struggle to bring freedom. There were two choices for Mandela: to cry and to say that he quits. And the second choice was to struggle and to see that his country becomes free. But Mandela chose the difficult path and he brought the freedom to South Africa. It was Mandela later, decades later, who decided when he had to come out of the prison and on what terms. It was Mandela who was elected as an undisputed first president out of South Africa. And it was Mandela who made the mesmerizing speech, which became the history, and everyone clapped and said, what a president he is. And in that speech, he says, and I quote, during my lifetime, I have decided to dedicate myself to the struggle of African people. I have fought against white domination and I have fought against black domination also. I want to see the change. I want to transform. I have a dream that one day we will have an ideal of democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an idea for which I am prepared to die. I have no regrets of being 27 years in jail, losing some of the most precious people of my life. What matter is that at the end of the day, the country is prospering and the world is seeing a free South Africa. That was Nelson Mandela. Gandhiji, another one who brought a change. He said, be the change that you wish to see in the world. Result, Gandhiji never became the president of India. Gandhiji was never the prime minister of the country. But Gandhiji was unanimously quoted and ranked as the best spokesperson, best communicator by the Guardian and by the New York Times. And do you know how much Gandhiji used to speak? One sentence, not more than one sentence in a day, many times. Martin Luther, when Martin Luther came at the Times Square, he was not, by the way, was carrying any official position. When Martin Luther came, he said that I have a dream. And he created a history for America and his speech, which is still today regarded by the New York Times as the best speech any leader has ever given on the Times Square. And in his speech, he says, I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold this truth to be self evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of the former slaves and the son of the former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that my four little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today, and I have a dream for a better America for tomorrow, which created a revolution in America. And same is the dream of MIT, where the founder of this university dreamed. And I remember that speech when he spoke at INBUSH, and he said that I have a dream that one day this conference will not only be confined in India, this conference will go to the various parts of the world. One day MIT will become an international group. And I remember those days people used to laugh at us when we used to say that we will become the best university in Asia. We will be present across the globe. One fine day, we will have a campus in the United States of America. We will have a campus in Canada. We will have a campus in UK. We will have a campus in Singapore. We will have a campus in Mauritius. We will have campuses across the globe. People used to laugh. Today, it is a reality. Give a huge applause to your founder, Dr. Chauhan, a living legend who is watching you online. And why I'm saying you this, not because I'm a group vice chancellor. My relationship with him is a different, maybe a relationship which a father enjoys, maybe a relationship which mentor enjoys, maybe a relationship where a person has a dream and he passes that dream to someone else. Thank you so very much for giving us that dream. I often say that leadership matters. He is the one who wanted people to come back. He wanted sparrows to come back to India. He wanted squirrels to come back to India. He wanted researchers to come back to India. He wanted industrialists to come back to India. We wanted India to grow. We wanted India to create unicorns. We wanted India not only to be saying that they will be doing, but India becoming a superpower. 1998, he came on the stage and from INBUSH he declared, India will be superpower. Today, when we come here and we see India amongst the top economies of the world, he still says 2047, 2047, I will come again and I will dance with all of you. May God bless him with excellent health. And we are looking for a day when India becomes a superpower with the help of our all partners and we feel so proud that what we have been able to contribute in the world. MIT is a strong university. It is today an international university. The chancellor of this university himself is a product of London School of Economics. Another chancellor of MIT Group is a product of Wharton Business School, Dr. Aseem Chauhan. Mr. Ajit Chauhan, who is so ably leading distance learning, product of Babson College. Abhay Chauhan ji, product of Wharton, leading schools. Mr. Amol Chauhan, product of Harvard. 98% of our top vice chancellors, our deans, our director generals, they have done their PhD from some of the premier institutions of the world. And what we are trying to do is an ecosystem where we are able to enter into the world slowly, but very, very strongly. When I'm saying that we should be able to plant a tree, we started this journey long time back. Today, if you look at this group, has got a recognition of not only having 200,000 students, but also having presence in 16 countries. If you look at the last 3 years, how our research has been strengthened. After INBUSH last year, we went to London, and I remember 5 years back when I was invited to give a presentation in front of the Ireland and in front of the IEEE UK chapter. And I can see some of the inspiring leaders of IEEE. Please give a huge applause to IEEE team which is here. Give a huge applause to them. But we were the first one from India who were invited to give a presentation. And while I was in a flight, the person who was sitting next to me, I would not like to name, said, "Are you nervous?" I said, "No." Because this was the presentation which will have determined that will there be any first ever university which will be able to do a research conference with IEEE in UK with University College London. And I remember I went, and at that time, Professor Mike Hinchy, who has also joined us online, he was the president at that time, and we gave a presentation. And by the way, I'm not an engineer. And I had to give a presentation in front of 100 engineers who had to determine whether we will get that status. And at the end of the presentation, such was the faith of UK community that everyone said that first ever research conference will happen in University College London. And I remember that at Bloomsbury Radisson Hotel, and I can see Dr. Anupama sitting, when we organized 11 member of parliament, 3 ministers from UK, and almost 11 to 12 vice chancellors of top UK universities were present. And from there, it started a destiny, and we are organizing again this conference for the 6th time in UK. From UK, we went to France. We organized another research conference. We wanted to bring people together. It was again a difficult journey. We had no place. We didn't knew what to do. But today, we feel so happy when I speak from here. INSEAD and Grenoble, they became our partners, and with the help of Springer, and give a huge applause to them. I can see the representatives here, and we are publishing with them. And these are high-powered research indexes, journals, which are coming up. We are doing it in France for the 3rd time. From France, we went to New York, where we have got a campus. We have got a 175 acres beautiful campus in US, and where we started working together. I remember, along with me, my student Marut going to NYU, and we started speaking that what we should do together. And I also remember that one time when one of my colleague was there, we were told at Harvard that only one person is allowed inside. 3 years later, we organized a similar conference at Harvard. And today, Harvard University and MIT, they are trying to bring many things together about which Harvard Dean will speak himself in this conference. Give a huge applause to MIT's. From US, from New York, we went to Tashkent, to Uzbekistan, where we have got another world-class university, and we organized a research conference there. And more than 600 researchers came together. From Tashkent, we went to Singapore, where we got a support of the people like Dr. Mehdi from NUS, from NTU, from SMU, and we created a history in Singapore. From Singapore, we went to our most trusted partners in Australia, and in Monash, we organized this year a very big research conference. So the things were very clear that you need to create an environment. If you want your sparrows to be back, if you want your squirrel to be back, you need to create an ecosystem which should be helpful to the world. And that is what MIT has been doing. Going to places, creating that environment, creating that ecosystem, creating those research networks. And in the morning when we were talking to the researchers, many of them, they were worried that the citations are not coming. Citations don't come in a day. But if you create an environment, your H-index, your citations, your patents, your case studies, you will be able to create. Today, when I speak here, we are the largest partner of Case Center UK, with whom we have published more than 1,000 cases last year. We are trying to make a change into the life of our students by changing our entire syllabus from 12, 13 courses to 4, 5 courses in a year. But at the same time, a model 80-10-10, where each of our students will get a chance to take certifications from some of the top companies. We are tying up with Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple, MasterCard, NYSE, Oracle, Tesla, Facebook, Abacus, IBM, and many others. Late evening, when the world sleeps, our team rises. And I salute this team because every day they negotiate and they try to bring a company on the table. We want that 10% of the accreditation, 10% of the credits our students should be able to take abroad. And you can very well see from 200,000 students, if 10% of the students, 20,000 of them, then they go abroad through the study abroad program, which we tested, 3-continent program, which we tested, India immersion program, which we tested, it will create another history. With that passion, I can see that in this conference, more than 800 research papers are being presented. We are coming up with 7 books which are Scopus indexed. We are releasing a case research book. We have the presidents and vice chancellors and deans and the CMDs of more than 200 top organizations of the world. But above all, I think that coming here, you have shown that you have a special affection for MIT. We are still young. We are a 30-year-old group. As a 30-year-old, we have got energy, we have got enthusiasm, we are thirsty. We want to grow. And we want that all of you, as our partners, you should come together and help us in growing and making a difference in the life of thousands of the students. At the end, I would say that maybe that we are in different countries, we speak different languages, maybe that our pronunciation is different. But one thing which is common is the light of knowledge, the lamp of knowledge. In Hindi, there are 4 lines, which means that you can be different, I can be different. But if together we come together, we will be able to create a beautiful world. And that is what change is all about, the change which our chancellor talks about. And it goes like this, Jahan rahega, wherever you will stay, you will only give light. Jahan rahega, wahi roshni lutayega. Wherever you will go, you will only give light. जहां रहेगा वहीं रोशनी लुटाएगा किसी चिराग का अपना मकान नहीं होता तेरा चिराग अलग हो मेरा चिराग अलग मगर उजाला उजाले से जुदा नहीं होता You can be different, we can be different, but together we are going to create something. We look forward to organize another INBUSH next year with same enthusiasm. But thank you so very much. It was such a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir. Indeed, there can be never an ex-man like our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh. Sir has rightly mentioned that building environment to cultivate the best, agility for change is paramount. The illustrations by three great luminaries with the most insightful and most forwarded leader, our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. You know, dear students, that his vision to give the sustainability to the world for tomorrow is the name Amity. If you explore the meaning of Amity, it means friendly, friend. A philanthropist who is always ready to give warm hand and support to everyone. Now with this, the time has come to invite Professor Annie Clements, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Education and Senior Vice President, Monash University, Australia. Before I invite, I would like to introduce her brief bio profile. Professor Ellie Clements, Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Education and Senior Vice President at Monash University, leads the education portfolio, driving the Monash Education Plan 2022-25, championing higher education transformative power. She focuses on rich educational experiences, inspiring educators, and excellent degrees. Underpinned by integrous and inclusive education commitments, a respected researcher in professional and lifelong learning, her collaboration, notably with Women's Health Victoria, have influenced groundbreaking vocational training. With a background in sociology and education, she demonstrates remarkable education leadership, enriching students' experiences and elevating teaching quality and recognizing across Monash University. Clements' efforts in bringing industry and education, fostering innovative approaches of impactful learning outcomes. I can go bounds and bounds, but when such luminary is on dais, it's better to invite ma'am to have her life experience to share with all of you. A big thunderbolt to none other than Professor Ali Clements, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Monash University, Australia. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm just preparing to ensure that my slides are ready, and I'll be pressing that one. That's great. Thank you very much. I'm going to just start by saying that I bring greetings from Melbourne, Australia, and in particular from our Vice Chancellor and President, Professor Sharon Pickering. Dr. Greg Cusack and I are thrilled to be here to meet Amity staff and colleagues and to engage in such good conversation with Amity students too. I also want to say that it's been really wonderful to meet esteemed Amity partners that are here at INBUSH too, and a particular welcome to those that are live streaming into the session today. I would like to take the time, a short amount of time with you this afternoon to tell you a little bit about the Monash story so you can get to hear a little bit more of what we're about. I'm hoping that you can see my slides, and I'm going to start in this way. Professor Singh, when you said Amity is around 30 years old, Monash University is about twice as old as that. And in the context of Australia, we're a pretty young institution. Our another esteemed institution in Melbourne is 171 years old, so we are a relatively young institution. We started in what was then the outskirts of Melbourne, in what could almost be conceived of as farmland. There were animals and there was the small university that grew. But it was, and it has always been, the youthfulness of Monash, the ambition of Monash that has combined to take us where we are today. And of course, that sets the scene for where we want to go as the years go on. And we've built education, research, and enterprising endeavours in line with that ambition. Here's a picture of where we've grown from our small beginnings. What you see here is we have 10 faculties at Monash, a large student population of around 85,000 students, a large number of staff. We've grown across the globe, building a network of campuses, and of course, as we continue to educate, building out a strong number of alumni that are located all over the world. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to take us back. Where did I begin? There we go. All right. So we are an outward-facing university, global in orientation, with campuses across the globe in various places. And of course, what allows us to partner and continue to grow are the things that Dr. Mock, for example, would know well, which is our reputation and our rankings. And that sort of esteem allows us to connect to the partners that we have, and of course, to fuel our connection with Amity, which is what we are here to celebrate today. We are particularly strong in particular subject areas based on our rankings, and this is where we are best in breed. Of course, we have a range of subject areas, but are strong in these areas of pharmacy and pharmacology, computer science, and engineering. But the breadth of Monash allows us to develop depth, and you will see here that we are also strong and engaged in humanities, in sciences, in technology, in health, and in business. Being Australia's largest university allows us to offer students a very broad range of courses and degrees, both undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral. It allows us to also offer a program of support to deserving students through our scholarship program and to ensure their success as they access this broad range of degrees that we offer. Now, of course, our research profile, our research outputs are strong and they sit at the center of a reputable institution. And research really, along with teaching, is one of the core missions of a university, the production of new knowledge. And we've heard Professor Singh today talk about how active Amity University is in the area of research. Our drive to innovate and to leverage our research and our strengths are strong. Yesterday, in fact, in Australia, all over the news, was the news of a discovery by Monash researchers of the development of an artificial heart that was developed by these researchers going into a large hardware store in Melbourne and engaging with all that this hardware store had, but using their intellectual rigor to put this together in the form of an artificial heart that will clearly save lives and change lives. And this is the way that we intend and seek to drive innovation and leverage our research strengths at Monash University. Now, Monash is driven by impact, and we are very much on about the difference we can make. We heard Professor Singh talk today about visionary leaders that were fueled by not standing back, but by wanting to make a difference. And of course, this sits at the core of Monash strategy. Of course, we want excellent education. Of course, we want excellent research, but we're also driven by a particular focus on what we call grand challenges. And for us at Monash at this time, they are things that you will recognize as obvious, but things that we need to attend to: climate change, geopolitical security, and thriving communities. And we look at incorporating that focus through the research that is undertaken and through the education programs that we offer. We seek always to bring the community around the campus into Monash at the same time that we pay attention on our network of global campuses. And we think of ourselves as anchor institutions in those international locations that we are honoured to be part of. And we think hard about the positive contribution we can make to the communities and societies in which we operate our global network of campus. Of course, the Indo-Pacific is an important region that we operate in. We have many alumni who live in the Indo-Pacific region who've come to study at Monash and who go back to their homes across this region. Every alumnus goes back to their family, goes back to their community, goes back to their professional lives in government or in the private sector. And there you can see that the influence of their Monash experience goes deep and impacts not just where they have been with us at Monash, but where they go when they go back to the places in which they choose to reside. And of course, today we're talking about and celebrating a partnership in India. You can see that we operate already in India through these partnerships, and we are thrilled that we can deepen those connections through our partnership with Amity. Now, student experience is important to Amity. It is important to Monash. And I want to just give you a sense of what an education...
My name's Kaimani, and
I'll just do that. I hope it plays now that I've gone back. I want to tell you about an education experience at Monash University. And I want to tell you about it not in my way of telling you about it. I want you to hear from some of our students about what it feels like to learn at Monash University. I'm hoping, as I press this, that the video will play. Let's hope. Yes.
my name's Kaimani, and I'm originally from Alice Springs.
I'm Lockie. I'm from Ballarat.
My name is Edie. I'm from Beechworth.
My name is Eileen Mahabul, and I come from a very small country called Azerbaijan. Every tutor, every educator, and every person that you talk to, they influence you in a very different way, in a unique way.
When you're in his classes, you feel that passion. You're like, I love this because of him. And he just made me feel really seen and understood in the classes.
They really helped open my eyes to the different careers that are out there and sort of how we as a community and future generation can really contribute to social change.
Everyone is really looking out for you. And I think that that's something that Monash has that I don't know if any other unis do have that. I think the support here is just really, really great.
Coming to university, I really had no idea what a university assignment would be like. I was directed to SAS, where they really helped me sort of discover the library services, how to find sources for my essays, referencing things correctly. They were very helpful in setting the foundations for my future university assignments to come. I think what I enjoyed most about uni was the freedom to also explore other things. So I was part of the Japanese club here at Monash. I think being part of the William Cooper Institute and meeting other Indigenous students there was amazing.
Everyone looks inwards towards Monash, so everyone has an internal focal point, which then provides so much energy, which then extrapolates into opportunities for students, such as gig, such as exchange, such as leadership opportunities.
I'm part of a community and I'm part of a family, and I'm not just another student, I am their student, Monash student.
Thank you. Now, yes, the words and the images didn't quite match, so I hope that kept you awake as you were trying to connect all of that. But I hope that gives you a sense in the genuine words of our students who we interviewed and asked to talk about what it was like to learn at Monash University, of some of the things that they value about a Monash education. Let me tell you a little bit about how we invest in a Monash education. And it starts with educators. Of course, the student experience sits at the heart of this, but the role of an educator in creating powerful experience is just critical. And so we invest in our educators at Monash. We inspire them through professional development. We teach them through professional development programs. We look at the evidence that is generated from the work that they do, and we feed that back to them so that they can look at the impact of their practice, use it to adapt, to grow, to improve. Yeah, everything starts with powerful educators. And then, of course, student experience is critical too. And here we create at Monash a range of programs, leadership programs, industry programs, international programs. We hope to have a group of Monash students visiting Amity on an exchange program in the near future. And we take our students to other parts of the Indo-Pacific to engage, to become acquainted with other cultures, with other communities, and other issues that are part of those countries that they visit. We also provide and wrap around our students strong programs of academic support, because ultimately we want them to be successful. We want them to progress. We want them to go outward with much opportunity. Sorry, this is jumping around a lot. And what do we see as a result? One of the things that I love about Monash University is our retention of our students is strong. Our students stay, irrespective of the backgrounds that they had when they came into us. We keep almost all of them. Our students succeed, the passing rates are strong. And we know that when students go out with a Monash University qualification, their prospects for employment are strong. Employers tell us that they look favourably upon Monash graduates. And that is the story that we tell about the opportunities that are available across our campuses, in particular on our largest campuses in Australia. And that means looking forward, we are excited about this partnership with Amity and what that means for the way in which we can exchange researchers, students, and staff. I hope that this presentation has given you a bit of a story about what Monash University stands for. And at the same time, I hope that it's given you a reason to see the basis for a connection with Amity University. I hope that you can see that both institutions prize a dynamic student experience. Both institutions are international and globally focused. Both institutions, of course, prize and are ambitious about their research. And just as the values that Amity holds dear, the values of collaboration, of critical thinking, creativity, and community. There was one more C, but those four stood out to me. Just as that fuels Amity University, those sit in slightly different ways, but at the heart and in the DNA of Monash University. So it won't then surprise you to see that we are a natural fit, two universities that have much prospects together for the kinds of exchanges that we can engage in. Monash University looks forward to those exchanges. We look forward to welcoming staff and students at Monash, and we look forward to our staff and students engaging at this campus and any other of Amity's campuses worldwide. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you for your warm welcome, and we look forward to a great partnership. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Clems, ma'am, and what a big holistic review you have given about Monash and Amity. And thank you for adding the another C that you said is culture. The cross-cultural amalgamation, the fusion, a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, such deliberations bring exchange of knowledge. It's not just a summit. It is a summit that brings the minds, the ethos, the values, and the ethics. And what beautifully been said by Professor Ali, that a culture of amity. That's why we say once Amitian is always an Amitian. And this synergy between Amity and Monash is something which will give you a deeper insight about the bond and association of a great partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Dr. Mandy Mock, CEO and founder, Applied Higher Education Singapore. Before I invite her, let me quickly take you all to her brief bio sketch. Dr. Mandy Mock is a dynamic CEO and founder of Applied Higher Education, a pioneering educational organization headquartered in Singapore. With 3 decades of experience in the corporate sector, Dr. Mandy Mock is deeply passionate about advancing higher education. Her significant career milestone came in June 2002 when she joined Quack Query Symbols, which is also known as QS. A move to positioned her at the forefront of international higher education initiatives, especially in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. As CEO of QS Asia, Dr. Mandy led efforts in university branding, consultancy, and student recruitment across the region, tailoring her approach to meet the unique needs of each institution, recognizing the limitations and traditional ranking systems in capturing the full value of educational institutions. Dr. Mandy founded Applied Higher Education on 1st January 2020. This innovative agency focuses on employability, teaching quality, and industry collaboration, empowering cutting-edge technology like big data, artificial intelligence, and many more. Under Dr. Mandy's leadership, Applied Higher Education is redefining the landscape of higher education, branding, rankings, and professional networking, offering a modern, inclusive approach. Without further ado, let us give a big round of applause to Dr. Mandy Mock, CEO and founder, Applied Higher Education, Singapore. I welcome you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I got to be honest with you guys. I was sprang this surprise at lunchtime to do a speech here, so I'm not really prepared. So they said, never mind, just talk about your life story. So I shall do that. Before 2002, before QS, before the rankings, I was in the advertising industry, creative industry in Singapore. And then when I was approached to join QS back in 2002, it was just to, they only had one product at that time, the World MBA Tours, and that was to help universities to go around the region to recruit international students for the business schools. So they got me in to launch the graduate schools tour. At that time, I didn't even know the difference between business schools and postgraduate schools. So it's been a fantastic ride to where I am today. So after joining them and running the graduate tours for 1 or 2 years, they started the rankings. Those were early days. Nobody knew what was happening, and we were just the disruptors, basically. We were the first, apart from US news, but that was very US centric. So this was the world. And of course, Asia was badly hit. Nobody could understand what it was all about. And so me being at the forefront, had to take the brunt of all of that scolding and getting out of my office and all that stuff. So I had to educate this part of the world about the rankings. So the rankings was just a report. I had to start running conferences and events. So basically, I monetized the rankings for QS, and the rest is history, as you know. My office created all these innovative conferences and events, the Apple Conference, the Maple Conference, the Showcase, the world-class events. So basically, people start getting onto the bandwagon. So what I want to say is, even the West didn't quite understand about the rankings. It was Asia that drove the rankings. And along the way, because nobody could handle it, I took on Africa and Middle East as well. So I took on the EMEA region. So to make a long story short, I was with them for almost 20 years. And all these years, I hear universities from Asia particularly lamenting, crying that the rankings is not for them. It is not a fair comparison. It's not a fair thing to judge them. So I decided to set up Applied HE. It's not Applied Higher Education, but Applied HE. And so I left QS in 2019 June, waited out my 6 months non-compete, and started Applied HE on the 1st of January 2020. And in March, we were locked down for 3 years. So that was a huge dampener. Very difficult, very challenging. I really didn't know what to do. All I knew was that I need to get out into the world through that box, and that box is the computer. So I started running a lot of webinars, very creative ones, just to get my name out there, and at the same time get university's name out there as well. Things like Squaring the Circle debate, which has been running since 2020, and it's still running now, although I wanted to stop. Schools are saying, please continue, but we have lowered the number of sessions, of events. Why? Because everyone's traveling now. So Applied HE is the new kid in town. It's very new. We literally started operating last year. So although we are 3 years old on paper, we're actually only a year old. But we've already launched a ranking last December. I could only concentrate on the ASEAN region, basically because we're very young, we're very new, and I don't have any investors. So, but it was launched, and it's very innovative because we separated the public and private universities so that it is a fairer game, especially for the private universities. You're comparing apples to apples, and you're not fighting against the public universities where they have a lot of funding. And by doing that, we were able to draw out so many universities from the private sector that we've never heard about. It's not that they're not good, but it's just that they didn't fit the criteria of these current rankings. So in today's landscape, there are only 2 active rankings. The rest are almost, we know it's there, but they're almost dead. Nobody talks about them. Nobody cares about them. Nobody refers to them. And I'm sure you as students would never even have heard of them. It's basically a B2B thing, rankings and the universities. So there's only QS and Times. Times is actually born out of QS. They were our publishing arm from the day we started. After 6 years, they were bought over by venture capitalists, and then they started their own. So basically, they copied everything that QS does, and there they are today. And we're the third one. We're the new kid in town, and we're very Asian focused because we understand this market. So apart from the unique rankings that we have, we also have a consulting program that is really very unique because we actually do the job for you. If you look at the others, they will just give you a report, period. You're supposed to do everything yourself. We not only give you a report, but we also help you do the work. And we're going after the things that matter, like employability, teaching and learning, the alumni. Nobody talks about that in all my 20 years in this industry. So during my stint in this industry, I've had the privilege of meeting with vice chancellors, key decision makers, ministers, etc. And I hear them. And to simplify it, I have nailed down to 3 key crucial observations, which I believe if you get these 3 right, your university would be a success. And I will be touching on this tomorrow, so I won't go into that now. We've also got a lot of innovative products and services lined up. Our events would be unlike the others because here we guarantee results. We guarantee whoever you meet will give you the desired the desired result, whether it's for research collaboration, whether it's for building your reputation, your employer reputation, peer reputation, etc. So I hope you will support this new kid. Before I leave the stage, hand over the mic, somebody once just asked me just now, a student, what can I do? I don't know what to do. I'm in my 2nd year. What do I do? Fret not, you're a young girl. So you should enjoy your life here in university. And when you do go out into the working world, try your hand at several industries. Try until you come to a job that you really love. You would jump out of bed every morning to go to work. If you can't have that, then that job is not right for you. So I had the privilege of having that job at QS, but now my next love is applied HE. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mandy Mock. And I would like to also apprise that the experiential sharing which comes from Applied Higher Education Singapore is doing tremendously great in the area of higher education. Ma'am, as you have asked for the questions, we have collected a lot of questions from the students, which we will be sharing with you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to invite Professor Rogero Minana, Vice Provost Global Engagement, Drexel University, US. Before I invite ma'am, let me I will quickly take you to his profile. As Vice Provost Rogero Minana, PhD, works with faculty, staff, and student on the integration of global opportunities into Drexel, circular of the scholastic practices. His ultimate goal is to establish global engagement together with Drexel cooperative and civil engagement as an interdisciplinary pillar. He holds a strategic position, and this is what the eager audience is eagerly awaiting to listen to him live here. Without further ado, let me invite him to address all of you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Singh, for his warm welcome, for organizing this massive conference. Want to also thank the Chauhan family for founding and leading this institution. This is a very special institution indeed, as you all know. I want to thank my colleagues here. There's a lot of vice chancellors and directors and so on from different universities. But for me, even more importantly, I see a lot of students. And in that regard, I want to also talk to you, not only to my colleagues, but also to the students. In the end, education is about you. It's all about the students. And so I will just leave you, I hope I'll be brief, with just 2 thoughts about what we're trying to do. So I come from Drexel University in Philadelphia in the United States. I am originally from Spain. My name is Rogelio, and I was an international student as well, many, many years ago. So when we came to India, and when we came to this, my first time actually in Amity, when I came to Amity, we came with a proposal for a collaboration that builds on 2 main pillars that Dr. Singh has also discussed before. One is partnership, the idea of partnership, collaboration. We cannot do this alone. There's not one university, there's not one scholar, there's not one professor who can provide you with the education that will best prepare you for the world, for the job market and for society. You will be a member of society as much as you will be a worker in society. Not one person, one institution can do that best. So what we came here to do is work in partnership, in collaboration with the best institutions in India, one of them being Amity. And what we're looking at is both um, mobility exchanges and programs where you will have a chance to come to the US, or our faculty and our students will have a chance to come here, but also going a little deeper, build academic programs that actually educate you both in India and in the US. That binational education, we feel, will be absolutely key for you to really prosper and thrive in the job market, which is very global, as you know. The second pillar that I want to discuss is the idea of experiential or applied learning, which is something that Amity does so well. The closeness to industry, but also the idea of social impact, allows students, enables students to apply what they learn in the classroom, apply it to their real life. Whether it's with companies, whether it's through civil society, you have a chance to make an impact and to make the kind of change that Dr. Singh was talking about before. Drexel University was the pioneer, the first university in the United States 104 years ago to start working with industry. We developed contracts with industry where they gave us whole entire lines of positions within their companies for our students. So our students study in the classroom, and then they practice what they learn, they practice it in industry. And this is included in their visa. For international students, your F1 student visa includes this work experience because it's part of the curriculum. We're the first one and one of the very few co-op universities in the US. So we are now trying to look abroad, not only domestically. We have been very focused for 100 years internally because of our closeness to industry. But now we realize that industry, society is global. We need to bring even more. We already have a lot of international students, a lot of Indian students, but we want to build relationships with universities, true partnerships where we understand how you educate here in India, and we can replicate that and we can feed that education back to you in a mutually beneficial way, in a reciprocal way. So that will be my message for you for today. One last thought. Dr. Singh also informed me yesterday that he is publishing a book of poetry. And in the end, what we do is all about humanity. Profits and careers and salaries and recruitments and all of that is important, but nothing is more important than being a wholesome individual and a happy one, if possible. So I'll leave you with that thought. Poetry is important. Humanity is important. Never lose sight of that. Education will prepare you to be better human beings. So thank you so much again, and I really look forward to our collaboration, and I look forward to seeing many of you there at Drexel in Philadelphia, United States, and also bring a lot of my students and faculty here. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rogerio, for your visionary insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined online by Dr. Rohit Verma, Dean Darla Moore College of Business, South Carolina University, USA. Before I invite him to address all of you live today, I would like to introduce his brief bio sketch. Dr. Rohit Verma, the Dean of USC Educational Foundation, Distinguished Professor at the Darla Moore School of Business, holds a PhD in Business Administration from the University of Utah and MS in Metrical Energy from the same institute. Dr. Verma is recognized with honors such as being the designated fellow for the Production and Operations Management Society and the Decision Science Institute. He received the Excellent Leader Award for his work at Wynn University and the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Production and Operation Management Society, College of Service Operations. Without further ado, let us listen Dr. Rohit Verma live today in the 24th INBUSH Era 2024. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. give me a second, please. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Can somebody just give me a sign? There was an echo earlier. Great. Thank you, Chancellor Chauhan, Group Vice Chancellor Singh, for giving me an opportunity to talk to the esteemed audience here, faculty, students, and visiting dignitaries. I had the honor of visiting Amity University a few years ago while I was at Cornell, and meet Professor Singh and many of the colleagues who are here in the audience. And I must say, it's an outstanding achievement which you have demonstrated in front of all of us. So congratulations to the entire team for doing all you have done. Thank you very much, and for all the contribution you have made to India and then beyond the world. I earlier had a chance to address some other gatherings at MIT, and I talked briefly about Win University. This is a university which is also a brand new university in Vietnam, and I had the pleasure of serving as its founding provost for the 4-year period from 2019 to 2023. And many of the remarks which were made by earlier speakers, starting with Professor Singh, actually echoed very well how this new ecosystem of partnership between industry, academic world, government, community organizations, and other universities around the world can create a profound impact. Win Uni is in its 4th year in Vietnam. Although I am not there anymore, it's amazing to see the achievements they're already making. And soon, I hope they will be able to connect with several people in the audience here today. Let me take this opportunity to introduce to you my current institution, and that is the Darla Moore School of Business at the University of South Carolina. The University of South Carolina is not a new university. It happens to be founded in 1801. So it has a long-standing record, both positive and some challenging. But what the Moore School people did about 50 years ago is quite inspiring. We are celebrating 50 years of our leadership in international business program. It is hard to imagine that a little college town in a small state of South Carolina will have an international business program which is ranked consistently number 1 for last 25 years in the United States, and also in the top 5 by Financial Times ranking for the last, 7 or 8 or 10 years. The question is not about the ranking, but what makes a university or a school gain these reputation. I believe it has a lot to do with the 5 C's which were talked about earlier by Professor Singh. Let's go back 50 years ago and think about the professors at this little school in South Carolina who thought about business world and imagined that 50 years in the future, all businesses will be global, regardless of whether you are a local business or whether you are a multinational corporation. Because nobody can escape the issues surrounding global supply chain, global geopolitical issues, climate issues, which affect all around the world, including human dynamics. And that's what led to creation of a series of programs from undergraduate to graduate to postgraduate, where there's a comprehensive education system built just around taking a holistic global view of business. Today, at our school, we have more than 50 partners around the world. These are 50 universities where we send students, where we receive students from. You see the image of the building behind me, actually. To my left, if you may see, there are some flags. We have in our university 30,000 students. In our school, we have 6,000 students. Out of these 6,000 students, they are coming from 80 different countries in Colombia, South Carolina. And right now, here I am in Barcelona for a conference. This evening, I will be hosting reception for my 50 students who are doing exchange work here just in Barcelona. I give you these examples because these show creativity. These shows the values the faculty and the programs have put in place so that the students can get not only the best academic experience, but really prepare them for what lies ahead of them. And we have to build a community. I totally agree. If we are not able to build a strong global community, we are not be able to take care of our students and then have them take care of the important needs for the future. So with these brief remarks, I hope you got a little introduction to my university and the Darla School of Business. If you have not been to South Carolina, take the time to visit us. This is part of US, which is growing quite rapidly. The southeastern part of US is where most of the international companies are coming and setting up their shops. South Carolina is home to BMW, Samsung. More recently, when Volkswagen decided to put their entire electric vehicle production in US, they also chose a place about an hour from where I am. So these are just some examples, and I hope that I will get a chance to welcome you there. And if not, maybe I'll see you someplace else around the world. So thank you very much again for giving me an opportunity to share some brief ideas about my school and thoughts around the key theme for this conference, and wish you all the best. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. Indeed, we also invite you to visit to the lush green Amity campus at Noida. And this collaboration is going to take miles ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to none other than Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, who have just joined us. Before I invite ma'am to address all of you, let me quickly take you to her brief bio sketch. Dr. Balwinder Shukla is Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Noida. She has over 24 years of experience in organizations such as Simnet Group, Intra Software, IIHT Systems, and Amity Group of Institution. As a director of Intra Software, she established RMG and Amity Training Institute, played a pivotal role in ISO certification for the company. As the head of the corporate planning and head North at Simnet Group, she was instrumental and responsible for increasing the business turnover by 300% in the first year itself, and also established a strong process-driven organization and a strong sales force. She is on the advisory board of many companies, is a member of several professional bodies, and is closely associated with many CSR projects. Dr. Shuklas is a strategist, institutional builder, mentor, and an inspirational leader and relationship builder. Ladies and gentlemen, our Pride Vice Chancellor has such a rich profile that I can go miles and miles. But now the time has come that all of you should listen to her experiential learning. Over to you, ma'am. I would request ma'am to join us for such a vibrant personality and leading the Amity University as Vice Chancellor. Over to you, ma'am. Welcome.
Most respected Honorable Founder President, sir. Most respected Honorable Chancellor, sir. A very esteemed guests from across the globe, Professor Ellie Clemens, Dr. Mandy Mock, whom I'm meeting after many years. I remember the conference, the QS Research Conference, which was hosted by Amity University. And at that time, we worked very closely. Professor Rogelio Minana, Dr. Rohit Verma, my very dear colleague, our Group Vice Chancellor, Dr. Singh, all the guests, delegates, the head of institutions, faculty members, and most important, the future global leaders. It's indeed a pleasure to be part of the 24th International Business Horizon INBUSH Era World Summit 2024. It was vision of our Honorable Founder President that how do we take amity to the world and bring word to amity. And with that vision, Honorable Founder President, right at the beginning when the first higher education institution of Amity was established, the Amity Business School, International Affairs Department was also established at that time. Internationalization and globalization is being talked today by National Education Policy, but it was the vision of our Honorable Founder President that right from the beginning, giving that global exposure to the students and collaborating with the International Organization for Research Innovation, which will not only develop the skills and competencies of the student, but will contribute to the economic development through innovation, because he envisioned also that India be the superpower by 2030. With that vision, Honorable Founder President have created this Global Education Empire Amity Education Group. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Gurinder Singh, our Group Vice Chancellor, who is under the guidance of our Honorable Chancellor and under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Founder President, who started this INBUSH as an idea, and today it has become a global movement. So many, many congratulations, Dr. Singh, for your continued expanding this INBUSH era. I am especially thankful to all those international guests from the various universities that our founder president always believes in outcome-based activity. And I'm sure this INBUSH is not only going to bring the latest aspects on the various themes, whether we are talking about the the sustainability or competencies or the 5Cs when we talk about, but more important is that what we will get out of this INBUSH. Today, the national education policy has given the so many opportunity for the internationalization, globalization. How can we work for the joint degree? How can we work for the dual degree? How can we focus on the student exchange programs, and how we can work on the students' further progression by giving the global exposure. So it's not only the one-way movement of the student, but how can we really truly make it two-way or multiple ways the movement of the students. Amity initiated a very unique program, the 3-continent program, where the student can study not only in India, but can go to the various countries. And I would like to request all the Vice Chancellor, Provost, Deputy Vice Chancellor from the various universities from across the globe who have come, and would like to discuss how can we make this happen where your student can come for their part of their study at Amity University, and how our student can go, and also leveraging on the technology, how the student can work jointly on the projects. And we did this experiment during the COVID pandemic where the student from the various global university and Amity University student, they worked on the joint projects. And some of the projects were about 24/7 because they were working in the different geographies. And looking at the now the industry 5.0 and the way the technologies are emerging every other day, how do we develop those global skills and competencies? And it's again the vision of our Honorable Founder President and the dynamic leadership of our Chancellor that they always envision that how the Amity student develop that aptitude for the research and innovation with global understanding, that they be the success story across the globe. And I'm very happy to share that 40% of our students today working in the international organization across the globe, and wherever we are hearing, and we always hearing the praises of the Amity talent, because again it was the component in our education, the behavioral skills, communication skills, and the foreign languages, which made them to adjust in any culture and at the same time remain committed to the organization, result oriented. So I'm very thankful to our Honorable Founder President who has given that great amity to all of us. And Amity has been again the first university in the Asia that having the international accreditation for the QAA or the WASC, IET for the program level, and many accreditation that we have so that our education is at par with the international education, and also the lot of collaboration with the for research and innovation. With this, I would again like to welcome all the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Provost, the Presidents at Amity University, and let's discuss together and work together that how we can together make this world a better place through research, innovation, education, and creating the global talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor ma'am, for raising the bar of Amity University. Ladies and gentlemen, our visionary founder president has joined us live, and he was watching this great show since long time. So a big thunderbolt to our founder president, our honorable founder president, and I would love to say the father of Amity Universe, the universe that he has created for each one of us. The university which not has the presence in India, but globally. The university that talks about not only academic excellence, research, it also talks about values and sanskar. It is the prestigious university founded by our great founder president who visualizes the power of Supreme India. And in his statement, he always says that education will bring big change. And founder president, sir, from the bottom of heart of all Amitians, I take the honor to thank you and be the visionary to give us the wisdom for the world. I can go miles and miles and miles, but to capture sir's glimpse as a blessing for the young ones here in the moot court, I would hand over the mic back to him for his blessings to all of us. Over to you, founder, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. I would say, Gurindarji, if I have to express my real feelings about the great personalities, great leaders, those who have joined today physically online, I would have needed at least 1.5 hours. I am so grateful. I am so impressed from the words what all have spoken. I am listening it from the very first minute of the program of Dr. Gurinder Singh, and I'm working with him for the last many days. Today morning, he sent me an email which gave me some concern. He told, sir, me, Gurinder Singh and my team is working since many days, sleeping only 1 or 2 hours every night. I told Gurinder, this has made me concerned. So all leaders, those who have come, I have heard every word of yours. I made my notes. I will listen 2 times again. I will ask my all trustees and other persons from the AKC house, all family members, all my students, those who could not attend, to listen the speech of each and everyone. I would not, because of paucity of time, name all, but I must again tell you, your coming, your speaking and telling the wonderful leadership advice has added to my knowledge, and I think we will have now more success after listening to you. I have just heard my great Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrinder Shukla, 25 years, 26 years with me now. And I must tell you, today is a very special day. Today is a very special day for her, for our Chancellor, for me, that Dr. Mrinder Shukla has completed yesterday second term of 5 years as Vice Chancellor. And from today, the Chancellor and the President of RBF is going to tell what big role we are giving her in the whole group. Because I think Dr. Shukla, without telling much, I don't think anybody has so much experience in the education world, knowledge, loyalty, dedication. I don't think of any name than my Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shukla. And now, Chancellor and President of the Foundation has in mind to give us the responsibility to look after bigger things and look after all our universities in the country and in the world. So, Dr. Nasser, first, again, thank you for jumping here. You were in a meeting, but I told you please reach. Now, my dear students, Gurinderji, can you call 5 students on the stage? 5 students on the stage, and I'll ask them from these 14 points, each should tip 1 point. 5 students should come on the mic, and I'll ask them which point they tip. And that is the point to express about Gurinder Singh. Who would say that he is miracle man? Who would say he is unassuming? And I'll give a book prize. So 5 students should come on the stage. 5 students come on stage, and I will ask them to tick 1 point expressing about Dr. Gurinder Singh. And next, Dr. Singh bring another 5 students. I will ask them to express their feelings after listening such great leaders from all over the world. What do they say? What do they say of this unparalleled occasion that they have come? They should express for 1.5 minutes each their feeling, what they learned, and how grateful they are. So these 5 students who are standing, they should tell for Dr. Gurinder Singh about him. He's a miracle man, unassuming, unique. So start from one corner to other, and later you give me your name. Tell, how would you describe Dr. Gurinder Singh, my dear student? How would you describe? You'll get a good book prize.
Oh, very good afternoon, sir. So
Out of 12, have you read these 12 points? Read 12 points and carefully choose 1 point from your point of view about Gurinder Singh.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
So, a very good afternoon here. So, this is Gaurav Singh from BBIB Semester 6.
Okay.
So Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, for me, has been a very dynamic teacher. Because
sorry. We have just one second. It means you say number 7, you will say dynamic. Okay?
Yes, sir, dynamic.
Good, Gaurav. Thank you. Now, next, Gaurav says number 7.
Very good afternoon, sir, all the dignitaries. I personally think that for our esteemed Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, the most relevant point will be the first one, the miracle man, right?
Okay. Tell your name. Tell your name, please. Tell your name.
Arnav Kumar, sir. ARNAV KUMAR.
Okay. Next. Very good. You say miracle man.
Good morning, sir. This is Apurv Sinha from BBA AI. The one point that I have noticed and have experienced myself from Gurinder sir is that he's our father figure.
Okay. No. You have to choose out of these 12 or 14. Out of these 14. You have to choose 1 point.
Charismatic.
How much, please?
That would be charismatic, sir.
Oh, charismatic.
Number 9.
Number 9. Your name, please tell your name.
Apurv Sinha.
Apurv. Great. So, further, now we have got 4, we have 3 now, 2 persons more, 2 students more.
Hello, sir. This is Dhaniksha from BBA Bida. And I would like to say for Gurinder sir that he's a unique man I've ever met.
Okay, Aniksha, yes. Great. 1 more. Great.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Niharika. I am from BBA IB International Business Sem 4. I would like to say Dr. Gurinder sir is the passionate human I have ever seen in my life. I am passionate and I have been passionate, and I see him, I just feel like anything in the world. Like I've never seen like a person him.
Good.
Thank you so much, sir, for making us passionate for our work. Thank you so much.
What is your name? What is your name, please? Anishka? Who told?
Niharika.
Niharika, great. So I appreciate my students, because I must tell you, I always try to achieve something parallel to the main aim. By praising Gurinder Singh, we are making to commit much more in his life for another, let's say 50, 60 years till he lives, or whatever, for MBT, for you people, for bringing such great people. You tell me a single person in the world. You bring me a single person in the world who can, in the 24th INBUSH, bring such a big personality, such a busy people. And what I heard from everybody, I think if you print a book on what they said, that will be bestseller. So I think you have very rightly told them, Gurindarji, you deserve all this, and I appreciate all my students, and they will now get a good book prize from me with my personal loan. Thank you very much. Now the other 5 students, Gurindarji, those who will say their feeling expressions for all those who have come all over the world. I want to hear my 5 students, those who will express their real feeling of this hall or online. They will speak 1.5 minutes each. 5 students tell their name and speak what they feel, that how grateful they are, how obliged they are.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Soumya Dhawan from BBA Vida. So I would like to say it's a very wonderful experience to be a part of this summit and part of this university. We are getting global experience right now, getting to know different cultures, and as the world is getting, as the world is has become global, and like globalization and liberalization, all of us should be a part of, like, a citizen of the world. So it's a great pleasure to be meeting all of you guys and being part and interacting with all of you.
Great.
And I'm thankful for Amity and AIBS for providing us this platform.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next, please express your feelings for the all guests who are invited, all leaders.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Devanshi Seni from BBA Bida. So this journey has been incredible for me till now. I'm in second year currently, and I never thought that joining Amity would be life changing for me because it has taught many things. Whether it's not only about AIBS, but it's all about Amity. The events they host us, this summit has given so many opportunities to make connection with people around the world, and it has been an incredible journey. Thank you so much.
Great, great. Third one, and what is your name? The third one who is speaking, please tell your name.
Sir, I'm Devanshi Seni.
Now, you have spoken just now. Eh?
Yes.
And now, who is going to speak? Please tell your name.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Adhya Rastogi. And I was
Just you tell what you feel having so learned persons from all over the world. How did it affect your mind, body, and soul listening them, and how you are thankful to them, grateful to them, obliged to them that they came and spoke? How will this change your life and so on?
The one thing that I've learned from Amity is I developed my personality so much that right now I'm standing here and speaking about how I feel. I can never imagine standing on a stage and speaking for myself. So I feel very grateful that I got this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So 2 more, I think 3 have spoken.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Yashraj Singh from BBA IB Integrated, second SEM. Sir, Amity has really brightened up my horizons. The way I think, the way I perform tasks, the way I can also think about new ventures is next level. Is just unbelievable. Amity has given me so much that I am completely thankful for it, and especially Vice Chancellor, sir. Thank you so much for your words.
Great. So one more, I think fourth aspect. Great. The last one.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ishita Nair from BBA Vida, semester 4. And INBUSH has given me an opportunity to grow so much. And Gurinder sir is a inspiring role model for me. And his speeches have a way of making me feel so inspired, and I feel like I want to achieve something after listening to him.
you will never miss him. Okay, very nice. I think, my dear all guest speakers, or those who are listening online, do you see with how clear heart, spontaneously they have expressed their feeling to you, and this will be game changer for their life. Your words, your coming, I think this is going to change their whole professional and personal life, I guarantee it. Can you imagine that they were just asked to jump to the mic and tell their heart how grateful they are? My dear students, I am greatly proud of you, and each one of you will get also a book from me with my personal note. You have rightly told all those who have come, they will be game changer for life of you, my faculty member, researchers, even myself and other trustees. Thank you very much. Now, I heard Gurinder Singh. Thank you. So you can go now. I heard Gurinder Singh. It was asked, what does INBUSH means? There is no word in the dictionary that gentleman or professor could not find. What does INBUSH mean? And I did some research. INBUSH is a very, very unique word. INBUSH means something which is just right before us. INBUSH means something which is just right before us, but not visible as it is hidden somewhere in the bush. So are the opportunities, so are the untapped collaborative chances. So this is INBUSH. We tape down, we find out, we search what is hidden, and nobody on the earth can see that. Gurinder Singh, my Vice Chancellor, Baljinder Shukla, Silva Murthy, our Chancellor, Atul Chauhanji, that is INBUSH. We are targeting, finding hidden things, and that is the strength of MET, that we strike on the things which other cannot think. And when we say INBUSH announces a reservoir, INBUSH announces, connotes a reservoir of all such untapped, unexplored, and unrealized opportunities for mutual benefit right before us, not visible. So I would say to all my guests, those who have come, this is INBUSH. And by inviting you, by taking your time, by listening you, we are taping down the opportunities, the thoughts, and triggering our mind. And that is INBUSH, Dr. Gurinder Singh. So now, which any of my students should tell, today we have 24th INBUSH. In 2047, what will be the number of our INBUSH? In 2047. Any student can stand up and tell, today we have 24th. What will be the number of INBUSH in 2047 when India has reached 100 years of independence? Any student can stand up immediately. Who will stand up and tell me 2047, what will be the number of INBUSH? Yes, anybody. You'll get a prize. You'll get a prize from me. In 2047, what will be the number of INBUSH?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. May I take this opportunity, being an ex-student of MET? It will be the
Okay, Marut, yes, Marut. Okay.
47th INBUSH, sir.
Yeah, great. I think you are right. Great. So now, all my listeners, in 2047, we'll invite you all again to come to a big festival of MET. Today, I have got 2 lakh students, 7 lakh alumni, and you can calculate what number I will have. I will sing and dance with you all, those who are here. Now, many persons must be thinking, how old must be our founder president, must be thinking, the guests, those who have come, what should be the age of our founder president? Very right thought. I must tell you, all those who are here have been blessed by the God. They have been blessed because they have sent Gurinder to me, Dr. Baljinder Shukla to me, Dr. Silva Murthy will speak 3 minutes. God has told Dr. Chauhan, I am sending you on earth. I am sending you on earth and try to change the world, make a better world. But I cannot do alone. They have sent also you all to the earth. It means God is taking care of us. It is His worry to keep us healthy, joyful, charismatic, and so on. So I would say to all, you are blessed by God, and therefore, whatever is your age, I don't mind. In 2047, God will keep you healthy so that we can change the world. This is the slogan of my Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhanji, and President of RBF. Together, we can change the world. So I would say, Gurinderji, now 3 minutes, I will request Dr. Silva Murthy. He is a man, if somebody will bring me in the whole world, a man like him, I will suggest the name for Nobel Prize. Anybody may suggest a person's name who can be like Silvamurthy. Dr. Silvamurthy, 40 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, let us express our gratitude to Founder President for spending time, so much time with all of you students and the distinguished guests. Let's give a big clap to Founder President. And your Project 25, which is 2047, when India will be celebrating Viksit Bharat, developed India, and all of us will be there celebrating. Founder President will be there to preside over and then take this celebration forward, maybe setting another goal. So compliments to Professor Gurinder Singh, the Group Vice Chancellor, for bringing such a galaxy of eminent Vice Chancellors, Presidents, and also distinguished guests from abroad. And this INBUSH is growing every year in terms of magnitude, in terms of the number of guests who are coming, the number of collaborative endeavors which we commence on this occasion, the MOUs being signed, partnership being nurtured. So this is a great event. I'm sure the Group Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gurinder Singh, will take it forward. Best wishes. Guests, I want to place on record our deep gratitude to you. Whatever is Amity today, your signature, your contributions are immense. So let's give a big thanks to all our guests who have come today. What India is today, in terms of economy, military power, knowledge power, you people have contributed, your country has contributed, your institutions are contributing. So this is what Amity is today because of your contribution. So we are so grateful, and you found time to be with us on this occasion. You are coming to Amity on a very opportune time when India is the fast growing, youngest country in the world with 1.4 billion people, enlightened citizens, with 50% people below the age of 25 years, you see some of them over here. And then economy, we have come to now 5th position in the world economical power. And we are moving towards the 3rd position very fast, with GDP growing more than 7%. And then adding every year $1 trillion to our GDP, making it to 37 billion by the time founder said, Viksit Bharat 2047, when we will celebrate, our economy size will be $37 trillion. So you are here at this opportune time. When looking for science and technology, today we have reached 3rd position in the world in terms of publication. Nature Index, we are number 7. Patents, we are number 9. Global Innovation Index, we have jumped from 81 to 40th position. And this is India. This is Amity has contributed to all this, what is happening in the last 2.5 decades under the leadership of our founder president, Dr. Chauhan, and also all the leaders who are on the dais, off the dais, faculties, working together. We are contributing. We have published 40,000 research papers in journals of repute. We have executed 500 projects, national, international projects. We have filed more than 2,100 patents. Many of them are getting translated into product technology processes today. And we are transferring technology to the whole community, the society in India and abroad. So this is Amity. So Amity's contribution to whatever merit, global merit, which India is enjoying is Amity's contribution. But founder president has announced 3 important missions. I want to bring it to the knowledge of our guests. One is Mission Connect. Second is Mission Synergy. Third one is Mission Outcome. These are the 3 important missions which are driving, propelling at hypersonic speed for the growth of Amity Group. These are the 3 missions. We want to connect with you. We want to connect with you actively, not just signing a MOU, but then getting a synergy for your mission in your country, in your institution, and for Amity's growth and development. Mission Synergy. Then all this, you are coming here all the way from Australia, from US, from Europe. It should result in an outcome for you, your institution, your country, and similar thing for Amity Group. So this is mission outcome. So these are the 3 missions which is driving the Amity Group. But our ultimate aim, I'll take 1 more minute. Our ultimate aim is to generate future global citizens. Future global citizens. They're all future global citizens who are endowed with knowledge, including spiritual knowledge, skills, including soft skills, behavior, good behavior, sanskars, values, resilience to face challenges in life. This is what is Amity. This is what our education system is looking for, not just giving degrees and CGPAs, but we want to generate that future global citizen. Today, 7 lakh alumni, 200,000 students in all our campuses. You can imagine by 2047, what will be that number, their families. This is what is the mission, that we will create that happy world, the Vasudeva Kudumbakam, that is global family. We are all one family, whether you come from east, west, north, south, we are all one family. That is what is the philosophy with which Amity Group works. Thank you, Founder President, for this opportunity. I want to partner with you in this endeavor. Students, you will contribute immensely for this Viksit Bharat, developed India. Thank you very much.
So kind of you. My dear students, can you imagine somebody can call people from all over the world and they came? Today, when you go out of this hall, you write on a slip what you want to achieve in your life. Just, I would say, this makes you success by compulsion. When I was in 12th class, I made on a slip, I want to do MS in chemistry, then go to work for 3-4 years in India, then I go abroad and I will do PhD there. And can you imagine, I dreamt that in the unification of East and West Germany in 1989, I told to my people, I want to be the biggest investor in the East Germany. Even my most loyal people, I could see they could not believe it. But my dear student, I became the biggest investor by taking 8 big industrial houses with a workforce of 6,000 Germans and European, mostly German, and 2,500, 8,500 Europeans, Germans were on my payroll. Why I'm telling it? Why I'm telling it? Best of the East and best of the West. The best of the East and best of the West. All those who are here, we have to learn a lot from them. And there is a lot of exchange from East also. So I would say, my dear student, you are here having the blessing of all those who have come here. This has enriched you. Just now dream what you want to achieve. I want to be a billionaire. I want to be the biggest industrialist worldwide. And if you do not become, it is my fault. I have not taught you some behavioral science, some attitude, some ambition. It is fault of my faculty members, my vice chancellor. They have not taught you rightly. So I would say I'm grateful to the guests, and my dear student will remember a whole life this 24th INBUSH and will think that our success is based on the presence of such big speakers. I thank you, everybody. Gurinder, you have heard your praise. Now you're more committed to work still harder. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Founder President, sir. It is well said that God cannot go everywhere, so he sends Mother. We Amitians say that God has sent our Founder President to all of us. It's a big round to our Founder President. And dear students, you have seen the live demonstration that the questions which Founder President, sir, has asked will not get in chat GPT. I was saying this in morning. They are the live thoughts that one learn in such forums. So thank you so much, Founder President, sir, for teaching us another important thing, to be ahead of time, to be mindful, to have the values and sanskar, and to take Amity to our next legacy, and to have a vision to dance together at 2047. Thank you so much, sir. And now the time has come where I will request all the luminaries to step forward for the award ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awards, such it's proud to be wonderful, the Global Academic Excellence Award. Yes, they all. Step forward. Amity is proud to be conferred Amity Global Academic Excellence Award, Professor Amity Proud Sponsor, Amity Global Excellence Award to Professor of Vice Provost Global Exchange. A big round. Keep the thunder forward, like pouring the great. Your technology makes a big impact. I know you are sitting this morning, but this cultivation of power is the outcome. Amity Proud Sponsor, Amity Global Excellence Award to Professor and Global Foster, Vice Chancellor, University of Essex. Next category is the Global Corporate Excellence Award, and I would like to announce this recipient of the award, Dr. Megan Moss, CEO and founder, Applied Higher Education, Singapore. Amity is proud to confer Amity Global Corporate Excellence Award to Mr. Jerry Nanda, Chief Operating Officer, Adani Power Limited. It's a great moment. Adani Power Limited is adding a lot of powers to the country. Amity Global Corporate Excellence Award is conferred to Adani Power Limited, and this award is collected by Mr. Jerry Nanda, Chief Operating Officer, Adani Power Limited. Amity Excellence Award is back to Dr. Reggie Cusack, Chief Coursework Officer, Monash University, Australia. Big round. Why this wonderful audience is so quiet? There has to be more going. So such a vibrant audience at the balcony. I need to hear more from you guys. Amity is proud to confer Amity Global Corporate Excellence Award to Mr. Lakhbir Singh, Chief Operating Officer, India Business Group, UK. Amity is also proud to confer Amity Academic Excellence Award to Dr. Rohit Verma, Dean Daramore School of Business, South Carolina, who is live with us. So since you have promised that you are coming to Amity and we are coming at your place, we will bring this award to you for this great association. Amity is proud to confer Amity Corporate Excellence Award to Mr. Vipin Chandra, Managing Director, Hitachi India. Amity is proud to confer Amity Global Corporate Excellence Award to Mr. Jaidev Nanda, Chief Operating Officer. So with this, we come to the end of the first session. the inaugural of INBUSH Era 2024 World Summit theme empowering change through 5 C's of transformation, globalization, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and community. The thunderbolts of this room talks about the inaugural of INBUSH Era World Summit 2024. It is just a beginning. We have to go miles across till 2047. The new vision to connect, synergize, and outcome orientation. Ladies and gentlemen, I missed out another very important name. I would request our Group Vice Chancellor sir to kindly step forward. In the excitement, I have missed another very great association. Amity is proud to confer Amity Global Corporate Excellence Award to Mr. Young Sang Kim, Vice President Global Sales and Distribution, Ola Electrical Technologies Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir.
As we say, best for the last, we have the pleasure to welcome you, sir. Thank you for coming on stage.
So a bigger thunderbolts from this beautiful audience, which has got so much synergy and energy in this great movement. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, for your kind information, we are moving towards our next session that is based on UK. This is another very insightful session. Our guests have arrived.
We are about to start with the panel discussion first, so please keep seated. In next 2 minutes, next to 2 to 3 minutes, we are starting up with the panel discussion, please. So please settle down. Simple now.
Dear students, may we please request you to remain seated. We are about to start with a very insightful session. In next couple of minutes, we would appreciate your support and cooperation.
I would request the students at the balcony to be seated, please. A very warm good afternoon to each one of you present here. Welcome to the next session of the first day of INBUSH Era 2024. Now we are moving towards the UK session. Our theme is India-UK collaboration, responding to the global challenges in education and business through transformative challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Professor Anthony Foster, Vice Chancellor, University of Essex, UK. We also welcome Professor Jean Neol, Vice Chancellor, University of Rotherham, UK. We are proud by the presence of Mr. Richard, Group CEO, UK India Business Council. We also welcome Professor Neil Jester, Vice Chancellor, University of Lincoln, UK, who have joined us live. We are also being joined by Professor Neil Jester, Vice Chancellor, University of Lincoln, Professor Kiran Trihan, Pro Vice Chancellor, York University, UK, Professor Robin Banerjee, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Sussex, UK. Ladies and gentlemen, for your kind information, this is a panel discussion based on the theme India-UK collaboration, responding to the global challenges in education and business through transformative challenges. Once again, a warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dignitaries. A warm welcome to each one of you to today's Enlightenment panel discussion on India-UK collaboration, responding to the global challenges in education and business through transformative challenges. India and UK, two nations have rich culture heritage, are coming together today to deliberate on how we can join forces to tackle the present challenges in education and business. Our discussion today is not just about collaboration, it is about envisioning future where innovation, cooperation and synergy pave the way for transformative challenges and changes that benefit societies across borders. Our esteemed panelists represent a diverse array of backgrounds and expertise, will share their insight, experiences and vision for how India and UK can collaborate effectively to address global challenges in the key areas. The moderation of this panel discussion is in the able and eminent hand of our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir. So thank you, sir, and over to you.
Thank you, and I think this is going to be a very interesting panel discussion. We know that traditionally, large number of students from India, they go to UK. They look at UK universities as role models. There has been a shift of Indian students. So we were just looking at statistics that how many students have been going to UK universities in the last 2 to 3 years. And I share some data with you. In the last 1 year, UK has again emerged out as one of the most favorable destinations for the students of India. We saw 3 years back that it was declining. It has again coming up, and so has been the demand of the UK universities that if you can see today, you will find that in London, lot of accommodation companies, hostels, UK universities, they are finding difficult to accommodate the international students, which reinforces the fact that students want to go to UK. But at the same time, we have also seen that there are challenges for the international students who are looking for working in UK for a while, taking experiential learning. So what I'm requesting each of the speakers is to first tell us something about that, what they think about that UK education sector is going to offer to the students, and what you feel is going to be the future of the students who are taking UK universities as their first choice. So first few minutes, maybe an overview that what you think about it, and then we have got number of questions. Before you came, we circulated questions to all our universities. So 200,000 students have polled, and I can see somewhere about 193 questions coming up. Don't worry, we're not going to ask you those 193. So we have classified them into 4 parts. So 4 questions are coming out based on the students, what they are asking. But first of all, we will request one of the strongest pillars of the word, the Vice Chancellor of University of Essex, and then we will request the Vice Chancellor of University of Hampton, and then we will request Professor Richard, the Group CEO of UK-India Business Council, if they can give their view that what is their impression and what message they have for the audience. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, and it's a pleasure to be here. And the University of Essex is 60 years old, so a relatively young university, but on a similar journey as Amity University in terms of innovation, ambition, and energy that we bring to thinking about our future. We're a university that is ranked 15th in the world for international staff and students on our campuses. We say at Essex, you really can find the world in one place, and we're working really hard to make sure it is not only our international students who have to adapt to the University of Essex way of life, but that we're transforming our own approach in all aspects of our delivery to make sure that our international students really feel at home and can be the best versions of themselves. That really extends from pre-departure support that we have for students coming to the UK. From day one, a really strong focus on employability in a variety of different ways. We're offering internships and placements within the university and with the businesses that we work with, and that we're very mindful that it's not just a matter of having a graduate visa or a post-study work visa, but using the university's connections to make sure that we, through our business connections and our alumni, can give our international students the very best chance of getting a good job if they choose to stay in the United Kingdom. We know that the United Kingdom is an absolutely fantastic place to study. The quality of the education is world class. The cultural links with India, really very strong indeed. But universities in the UK are really committed to thinking about how we adapt and support our international students, especially from India, to make sure that you will find a friendly and welcoming place and you can be the very best versions of yourselves. The final thing I wanted to say is really taking the theme of today. We really want to make sure that we're not only thinking about education with our minds, but also with our hearts, making sure that you're not just having a wonderful educational experience, but also the student experience, the music, the volunteering, the arts, the friends that you will make for life are just as important for you as what you learn in the laboratory or the classroom. And at the University of Essex, we're proud to be ranked first for the amount of resources we invest per student in offering an absolutely world-class student experience to all our students. So I think those are the key headlines that I'd like to pick out for a start. I'm very keen to take any questions. Thank you.
That was Vice Chancellor of University of Essex, UK. I was last week in London and I met Lord Brahim Sikka, who used to be the Dean of the Business School at University of Essex. And I met him after, I think, about 10 years at the House of Lords. And what he still talks about the University of Essex, he so passionately said that if you are here in UK, you must visit University of Essex. So University of Essex has not only produced world-class academicians, we would say that they have also produced world-class industrialists, world-class policymakers, world-class broadcasters. He was earlier the broadcaster at BBC. So that is University of Essex. Give a huge applause to him once again. We have with us Vice Chancellor of University of Hampton, and we have a privilege that we have the Chancellor of this university, Brandis Verma, who is also a good friend and has been very kind on Amity. We have worked together on a number of projects. But we'd like to hear from you what your university has to offer to the students, and what is your message to the students that if they choose UK as a preferred destination, what kind of career they have. Over to you, Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, and a big thank you to yourself and Dr. Chauhan for inviting me this afternoon and the team from Roehampton. And a big thank you to all the future leaders of tomorrow, the Amity students who are here in this room listening to us. And we hope that you're enjoying the conference as much as we are. So, in terms of your question, Dr. Chauhan, as a university, Dr. Singh, I'm sorry, as a university at Roehampton, there are three words in our mission who are especially relevant here. And as a university, since our inception in 1842 through our oldest college, we want to develop three elements of character in our students. And in fact, I was so delighted to recognize those three elements in your students this afternoon. The first one is confidence. The second is knowledge. And the third is adaptability, in that order. And we believe that to be a good student, you have to be a confident student. To be a good student, you then have to acquire knowledge, and then to succeed in life, you have to be adaptable. And I think one of the things which the UK higher education system is really good at is developing the whole person, developing that confidence, developing the knowledge, and also developing the adaptability. So we are in awe at how Amity does that. And the students we saw on stage today, who had been here only a few semesters, and the confidence that they had developed just over a few semesters. You asked us an exam question. The exam question was, how can we respond to global education challenges in education and business through transformative change? And I don't want to perhaps venture an answer which is complete, because there isn't one, but I want to try and answer that exam question. And we find ourselves in a world which is changing very rapidly, and in a world where we need to respond to shifts in the demand for skills, but also the demand for behaviors in the workplace. This is actually a tautology that the world is changing, but it's a tautology which is rarely substantiated. And just a quick reminder, actually, just over a year ago, about a year ago, none of us in this hall knew about generative artificial intelligence. And yet it's completely part of our lives nowadays. So that gives you a sense of how much we need to work not just on the knowledge, but how much as an education sector we need to work on the skills that we inculcate to our students, but also their adaptability, and their adaptability not just for now, but for the long term. So for universities like mine, the University of Roehampton in London, this is very challenging, and I'm sure it's the same here at Amity. It's challenging, but also super, super exciting. We want to actually do something which is going to set us apart as universities from other forms of education, and I firmly believe that the university education that we offer in the UK is one of the best ways of developing life chances. So at Roehampton, the way we do this is through two dimensions. The first one is innovation in the curriculum, and the second is innovation in personal development and how we support students. So on the curriculum side, we continue to innovate, and just to give you an example, we are starting in September new courses in sustainable engineering. And this development is a real symbol of our dedication as a university, but also as part of a sector which is dedicated to preparing young people for a changing world, to environmental stewardship and sustainability. And the journey towards net zero, which is an ambitious goal set by both the Indian government and the UK government. So we are starting these new programs, which will include civil engineering and construction, as well as construction management, but in a way which addresses those global challenges of sustainability. So we will have on one side the traditional skills that one would expect to see in a civil engineering program, but on the other side also the skills that the civil engineers of the future are going to need to operate in this net zero world. So I also wanted to then talk a bit about knowledge in the context of how that knowledge needs to be acquired. And I've talked about confidence and I've talked about adaptability. And the human element of knowledge, creativity, critical thinking, compassion, leadership, adaptability, is also something which I believe is a key strength of the UK higher education system. These skills are the foundation, for instance, of all our programs in the business school, which start by an articulation of how we want our students to behave before we try to articulate what knowledge we want them to have acquired. So we're very keen to embrace technology, but it's alongside the core human qualities that will drive collective progress and innovation. So that brings me to the second point I wanted to make, and that's community. And community can only be one thing in 2024. It can only be international. To develop a community on a campus, there is no other way but to develop an international community. And Dr. Singh, you have said the UK is one of the most popular destinations for Indian students for when they want to travel overseas. This is really what makes our campus very special. We are a very multinational community. There are over 150 nationalities represented on our campus. And this is so important to who we are as a London university. I know that Essex is similarly vibrant in terms of the number of nationalities represented on their campus. So we benefit from this truly global student community. We're dedicated to providing the best possible environment for those students. And I was an international student myself, as you can probably tell from my accent. That means different needs as a student. You will, if you travel to the UK, if you travel to any other countries as part of your MIT education or afterwards, there will be things that will surprise you. There will be things that will surprise you, but will stay with you for the rest of your life in terms of the skills, the human skills that you develop as international students. And this is something that international education will strengthen in yourself. And I know that Amity, with its international ambitions, but also its dedication to international education, is very much committed to that creation of a global community. And we know this because, as Dr. Singh has said, our Chancellor, Baroness Sandip Verma, who is really the embodiment of UK-India partnership, is a well-respected British Indian politician, sits on your board. And she's really a trailblazer in this mission to bring internationalization to higher education. So I hope I have started to try to answer your exam question, Dr. Singh. I'm sure there will be other elements of the question which will no doubt be discussed later in the panel.
Thank you so much, and our thanks to you, to your university, and also to Baroness Verma. The first research conference about which I was talking, she was the one who came and she supported that conference. So that is a power when the universities come together and research networks come together. Also give a huge applause to the team of this university, which is sitting right from the very beginning. I can see large number of people from there. Yeah. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. We also have with us Mr. Richard, who is a CEO of the UK-India Business Council. This Business Council is working very closely to bring industry and academia together. A lot of initiatives they take. So we would like to hear from you the industry perspective, because most of the students who go to UK, they have this question in their mind, what value UK education system is going to give them. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. Thank you to Amity for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm so pleased to be back on this campus, and I really loved hearing from the students earlier. Their passion when they were talking about the experience here was really infectious. So thank you for that. The UK-India Business Council is a private non-profit. We exist to help British companies and universities succeed in India. and increasingly to help Indian companies and universities succeed in the UK. During the last 10 years, we've helped 700 UK and Indian companies with their market journeys. Thank you. I have 22 UK university members. Last year, we recruited about 11,000 Indian students to go to the UK. For institutions like Imperial and UCL, and I'm very proud to say Essex. We also do industry to academia matchmaking. So last year we put Apollo Tyres together with Glasgow University. Apollo's funding 2 PhD students in Glasgow to work on a specific rubber technology solution in the UK. And I think there's huge scope for more of that kind of thing. Why the UK? Well, I'm a product of the UK education, so I would say that it gives you a great sense of curiosity and independence and critical thinking. There's a thriving, innovative business community in the UK, and the UK and India are in a very good place right now, economically. So we are on the cusp of, I hope, an FTA between the UK and India, which will be, I think, quite transformative in terms of the economic relationship going forwards. I'm also a migrant. I've lived in India for the last 19 years, and therefore I feel very strongly that mobility is an important thing. Indian students are critical to the UK. This living bridge between the UK and India is a vital part of the relationship, and we should be doing everything we can to welcome you to the UK. I also think that we need to encourage more UK students to come to India. Coming to India in my early 20s changed my life. And frankly, I think people in the UK don't understand quite how dynamic and incredible India is at the moment economically. This incredible sense of momentum and confidence and dynamism. And getting more young people from the UK to come and experience that, study here or work here briefly, would help update our thinking in the UK. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. We also have with us Professor Neil Juster online, and he's a Vice Chancellor of University of Lincoln, has been to MIT, good friends. We'd like to hear from you. What is your version? What do you feel are the opportunities in front of the students who want to take UK universities as their preferred destination?
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and it's a pity that I can't make it with you today. The world is generally facing, I think, 5 major problems. Global security, and we've seen an increase in defence spend and outbreak of wars recently. Climate change, which is impacting the way we live and operate. The impact of technology, particularly things like AI and cloud and robotics. Big changes in demographics, both within countries with people moving from rural areas into urban areas, and we see big flows of people across the world due to climate change, lack of resources, and the thought of better life. And overlaying that, of course, is there the money to solve these problems? Post-COVID, cost of living across the world, government debt, allowing to actually make the changes to those 4 big challenges. Now, the University of Lincoln is a relatively young university. We were only founded 26, 27 years ago, but we were make a difference to the place in which we live. We are about transforming lives and communities. And our students and our staff work very hard to actually ensure that we can address these major challenges across the world. And our expertise is really helping with food security. The county in which we are based, Lincoln, has something like 40% of the UK's food is produced or grown in the county. We're looking at supply chain security. Over 30% of imports and exports come through the major ports in our area. Energy security, more than 25% of the power used in the UK is either generated or comes onshore in Lincolnshire, and we have to transition from carbon generating industries. We have huge clusters of chemical plants, steel plants. We've also got the world's biggest offshore wind farm and the world's biggest maintenance port maintenance for offshore wind farms. We have to ensure the security of the nation and the world, and we have to improve the lives of people and the ability to live longer and healthier lives. So everything we do is around trying to address those major challenges, and students that come from across the world and from the UK to university, our mission is to help them learn so they can help transform lives and communities. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Professor Jester, give a huge applause to him. We have with us one of the known researchers of the world, Professor Karen. She is a Pro-Vice Chancellor at York University. I know that you had to fly to India, but somehow the visa couldn't reach to you. But we are equally excited to welcome you online. Give a huge applause to her. I think that she was trying very hard to reach. But we look forward to welcoming you in Paris, along with your Vice Chancellor in our next international conference. And thank you very much for sending that email of confirmation. Professor Kiran, if you can also enlighten the audience here that what you feel UK universities have to offer to Indian students who are looking for not only making a career, but are also trying to consolidate and see the research opportunities which are existing in United Kingdom. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much. Dr. Singh, I think it's been such an inspiring morning, and I thought your poignant opening really opens up the debate that we're about to have. But can I just say a huge thank you to your students? It's just wonderful and so exciting to see an international conference that it embeds its future leaders, its students at the very heart. So let me answer the exam question. And I want to answer that exam questions by putting students at the very heart. And I want to draw from a quote from our Archbishop of York speaking at the inauguration of the university back in 1963. And in a passage, he is addressing, our students as part of the first intake. And he says, undergraduates, whether they like it or not, are world citizens. Just as isolationism in world politics has proved futile and impossible, so insularity of outlook will improve increasingly useless in the world of the 20th century. Our students are citizens not only of York, not only of England or Great Britain, not only of Europe, but the world. I think this is really relevant in the question that you ask, because we do not and cannot possess all of the research knowledge, and our students are demanding this notion of human life in conditions. We talk a lot about making a difference, about how we improve human life and the conditions for the better. And actually, our students of the future, and this illustration really highlights Amity's values and the University of York's values, particularly in the context of Indian students and international students, because it underlies purpose and method have to work together, and they're just as relevant today as they was then. So how do we combine purpose and method in the pursuit of public good in a global context to ensure that students from India get the very best education through collaboration, communication, critical engagement, but most of all, interdisciplinarity? And so I think the future has to address the innovation needs of tomorrow and the great challenges that impact on human life, which so many of us have been talking about. And so for me and for the University of York, this means new digital technologies. I love the illustration that the opening speaker talked about, that ChatGPT is not the answer, for our students. New digital technologies, biodiversity, climate change, public health, and geopolitical conflicts, migration, are all elements that show how we have to work across disciplinary boundaries. And that's where the jobs of the future are going to be. Who would have thought that in the future, augmented reality, computing, and archaeology were areas that would work together to bring about that change? And so examples of industrial biotechnology and its application to the rural economy and economic development are really important as our net zero, and the circular economy. So in conclusion, I would argue that our students of the future are going to have to think about innovation, entrepreneurialism that requires a spirit of humility. Those with different backgrounds, new experiences, new perspectives will be the founders of new knowledge and new kinds of leadership. Surely that's what it means in terms of the amelioration of human life and condition. And that's really underpinned by your earlier conference in the year around One Earth, One Family, One Future. And so to conclude, I'm making a really strong and compelling case that the leaders of tomorrow, our students, have to be the designers of future research programs. They cannot simply be the receivers. And York and Amity share a values-driven approach. Innovation has to be linked to global strategy. And so I make the case that individually we all create change. Collectively, we create a movement that's embedded in a common purpose. And so let me end by using a phrase our Vice-Chancellor, Charlie Jeffrey, uses on a frequent basis. And I ask this question to your student: what's it all for? In a world of division, polarisation, distrust, that includes significant role for universities. We need to work together to solve those problems. We need to understand why we have alienated so much of our society. And crucially, as a sector, we have to respond to regain that trust. This needs a more holistic approach in managing local and global strategies. We have to understand our role and responsibilities, not just inside the academy, but also outside. And our students have to be the designers of those solutions. Because if we demonstrate on a basic basis the relevance, impact, and the differences, our research, our teaching, our students, and I mean our students in a global context, our staff and our partnerships, then we would deliver the sort of societal change that Amity has been leading the way on. The world is at a tipping point, and I want to finish on a quote by Soren Kierkegaard. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Life's not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. To dare is to lose one's footing momentarily. Not to dare is to lose oneself. And I think Amity embodies that. And so for the students of the future, entrepreneurialism and entrepreneurial mindset, innovative leadership, but interdisciplinary research will be the way forward in a global context. Thank you.
This was Professor Kiran, Pro Vice Chancellor of York University. We have got another academic leader with us, Professor Robin, who represents as a Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Sussex. Over to you, Professor Robin. Same question: what opportunities you feel UK higher education, especially the UK universities like your university, has to offer to the students who want to have professional career, research career, and also want to work with the industry? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's lovely to be with you virtually. I wish I was there in person, but I have very fond memories of being with you just a few short months ago in Amity. It was a wonderful visit, and I'm very pleased to be here speaking with all of you today. Thank you, Professor, and to the founding president, Dr. Chauhan, as well. I'm going to buck the trend. I'm going to share my screen, if that's all right. And I will show you a little bit of what I would like to do in answer to the question. And that is picking up on many of the strong points that have been made by my colleagues so far, focusing on interdisciplinarity, innovation, and I'm also going to talk about the intersection with entrepreneurship, because I feel that's a really important direction of travel for us. The University of Sussex was founded in 1961, and it was founded very much with this new map of learning. It was the first of the new universities. You've already heard from others today. My colleague from Essex was talking as well about the 1960s university. The University of Sussex was the first of these new universities, and it was created with this new map of learning. And I have got a wonderful quote from the founding dean of social studies, who went on to become the vice chancellor a little bit later, Professor Asa Briggs, who said, "Given the huge changes which are taking place both in the formulation of new knowledge and in the world of action, we did not want to be confined to our own original territory." And that is something that I heard again and again from the students of Amity who were speaking just now, and also when I visited a couple of months ago. There is a real desire to break out of the confines of territories, to extend our horizons, to step over the borders that often constrain people. So internationalism, interdisciplinarity, and innovation are absolutely central to the founding of University of Sussex. And fast forward 60 years, more than 60 years, and last summer we launched 12 centers of excellence, which are in themselves completely interdisciplinary. These are not confined to any one area. These are across different disciplines, different subjects, different methodologies, different theoretical lenses, different applications. And you can see the range of topics from childhood and youth to sustainability to consciousness to artificial intelligence, quantum technology, migration, and the list goes on. And the important thing about this is that these ideas of bringing people together across different disciplines, as you've heard from our other wonderful speakers, they enable people to make new discoveries, to become successful, to achieve in ways that are truly innovative. And I particularly want to highlight, I won't go through all of these, but I particularly wanted to highlight the emphasis on sustainable development goals, on making a difference in the world. These are critical for us. And you can see the first one that I've listed here, the first in the QS ranking that we have of first in the world for development studies. This underscores the commitment that we have at the university, and I'm sure across the UK, to making a difference in the world. And I want to just remind people of something that was in our Royal Charter when we were first established. And I think it's really important to remind ourselves of this. It has a very simple sentence in there about the purpose of the university. The objects of the university shall be to advance learning and knowledge by teaching and research, here's the key phrase, to the benefit of the wider community. We always think about the benefit of the wider community, and that's critical. What I wanted to say in the last few minutes that I have left is that students are absolutely at the heart of this, and you heard that expressed from the other speakers as well. But I just think it's so significant, and seeing the students talking about their experiences at Amity on stage was really inspiring. It's so significant to think about students' education as absolutely right in the center of the work that we're doing in our teaching and research for the benefit of the wider community. And we try to make sure that students are immersed in this interdisciplinary commitment, whether they are being research associates during the summer in the middle of their degree, whether they're doing a full year research placement, whether they're doing a full year research placement, whether they're doing a research dissertation, or indeed, whether they're stepping outside of the university and engaging in professional placements in industry. These are the opportunities for students to really take the interdisciplinary spirit of the university and apply it to innovate. And this was a nice report that came out on a joint institute graduation. We have a joint institute on artificial intelligence in China, the Zhejiang Gongshang Joint Institute. And our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sasha Rosenhill, was there. And it was noted after, I'm just looking at the notes of it afterwards, and it said, Professor Sasha Rosenhill encouraged graduates to grasp the opportunity to act as an innovator with the knowledge to challenge themselves, making contributions to society. And one of the students in that report also said, I'm so happy that we have many opportunities for internships. Which brings me to my last point, which is about innovation and entrepreneurship. At Sussex, we have a subsidiary company, which is called Sussex Innovation, which is all about, well, what you can see on the screen in front of you, inspiring enterprise to shape our world, bringing with it an exclusive investor network in Sussex. This is all about the intersection between interdisciplinarity, innovation, all of those research centers of excellence, and crucially, entrepreneurship. And as others have said, one of the things that's really strong in the UK university sector is that we have such a strong focus on careers and employability. And I have to tell you, I had to put this photo in. Professor Singh, do you remember just a couple of months ago when I visited, you took me through a corridor and it was busy with so many people. All the students were there. And you were telling me, Professor Singh, these are the entrepreneurs of Amity, because they were selling things in the stalls, they were selling some products, they were encouraged to set up their own opportunities to be entrepreneurs. And I thought that really resonates with everything we're trying to do at Sussex as well. Employability absolutely built into the curriculum, lots of support for outside of curriculum things as well, career programs. Our international students benefit from being able to be student consultants. This has been one of our biggest highlights. Student consultants who work on problems that have been set for them by businesses in the local area. The businesses in the local area will say, this is what we need help with. And we have student teams actually working as consultants. It's amazing work experience, which of course is wonderful for their careers afterwards as well. And I just wanted to showcase just how much we're investing in making entrepreneurship really successful on the part of our students. We want all of that wonderful work that we do, the world-leading work that we're doing in our centers of excellence, to be felt by the students. So they are getting support in one-to-one appointments, doing Dragon's Den type of pitches, thinking about green jobs, green energy, thinking about how we can make a difference to the world, looking after the climate, looking after the people, looking after the communities, not just for people now, but for future generations as well. And you can see we've had hundreds of students taking part in these entrepreneurship opportunities. And I was really pleased. I mean, this is only the beginning of our entrepreneurship activities, but I was really pleased that just in the past year, 27 students registered a new business. And this is just about really incubating new ideas. So I just wanted to end by saying that to me, this is really at the heart of what we're talking about when we refer to equitable partnerships. We want to work with universities around the world, and Amity, of course, as you know, Professor Singh and all the colleagues here in the room and online, is a really important global partner for us. These partnerships are about student exchanges. We have students, of course, who are kindly hosted at Amity not so long ago, faculty exchanges, research collaboration, as well as all the education links. And to me, the really critical thing is that we're co-designing and we're co-producing. This is not about working in silos, it's about working together. My last point, of course, was the alumni. You talked about the 7 lakh alumni of Amity Group, which is extraordinary. We've got a couple of 100,000 students to add to that as well. And it was wonderful when I was in Delhi, back home in Delhi, my family is there. When I was back home in Delhi a few short months ago, it was very, very nice to reconnect with some of the alumni. The person in the middle of this photograph that you can see on the right, she was in the first batch of our students over 50 years ago in our MPhil in development studies, what I talked about, our #1 in the world area of work. She was in the very first batch and is still so passionately engaging with the university. And importantly, look at this last bullet point, the dedicated support to students and graduates with career mentorship from these alumni who have been through it all. They've been at Amity, or they've been at Sussex, or they've been at whichever global partner Amity has. And they're able to pass that knowledge on to future generations. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen and just say this intersection of interdisciplinarity, innovation, entrepreneurship is right at the heart of what I think the Amity Global Partnership ideal is. And we're making it a reality right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Robin. Wonderful presentation you have given. I'm coming now on the questions which we have gathered from the various campuses. And this question revolves around the new education policy. And I think you have touched on a very important point, which revolves around the entrepreneurship. We have seen universities right from in the 90s, their focus was on teaching. Then we saw on research. But if we look today, the students, this is a community which is very restless. They will put something on the Instagram and they want Insta results. They will start looking at likes. How many likes are there? So if there are 500 likes, they're happy. If there is no like, they're sad. Right? And so is reflected in their behavior. If you look at, they become restless. After 10 minutes, their behavior is different. So we want to understand from the leading academic and industry leaders who are on the stage or who are online, whereas most of the universities around the world, they are concentrating on giving credits. The students are expecting apprenticeships. Students are expecting industry training. Students are expecting that they should be working on the projects. Under the new education policy, we have allowed students to do their final semester in the leading companies. So you will find in the next 2 to 5 years, the model of education is going to change in India. It will not be articulation. It will not be advanced entry into the program. It will not be franchising of the programs. But the model of the education is going to be that the students from India, from Delhi, Noida, Mumbai, Bangalore, they will like to go to a foreign university, but they will like to take up a co-op model. And that is the poll which we just did, and we wanted to understand that what you want to do. So they want to have employment experience. They want to have practical experience. We got a study abroad program from MIT. About 10,000 students who go almost every year to various universities, not only in UK. So we like to understand from the vice chancellors who are from UK, the academic leaders, industry leaders, what is your opinion if students from India, instead of just transferring credits, they want to take up industry training and then transforming into the academic credits? Is UK education system ready for it? If it is ready, what is your message to my students? Thank you.
Should I start? This is a really, really important question. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for the question around how we make academic transfer work with professional transfer, which I think is a big subject for all of us. And actually, as you were speaking, I was reflecting on my own experience. When I did my master's degree, the dissertation project I undertook was not based at the university, it was based in industry. And if I reflect on my own master's program, this is probably the most valuable part of my own education. And so I can absolutely not just understand, but advocate for that as a model. Just as the Indian government is developing the new education policy, the UK government is actually developing a very similar system called the lifelong learning entitlement. And that lifelong learning entitlement is about credit accumulation. What universities in the UK are developing gradually, and I'm sure it's the same everywhere, is these credits which might be taken not by studying, writing assignments in a very academic fashion, but by doing internships which are assessed slightly differently. So we're talking about micro apprenticeships or slightly bigger apprenticeships. And I think as we develop international exchanges, this is something that we collectively have to think about. It's already part of what used to be the Erasmus program in Europe. but there is funding for students going abroad on internships. And this is something which I think collectively we need to think about as we develop new programs. A lot of what the NEP and the UK system can do together, or through the NEP, universities in India and UK universities can do together, is brought by the fact that there is this credit accumulation system. And I think that opens up a lot of opportunities that will no doubt develop very quickly.
Thank you. This was Vice Chancellor of University of Hampton. Give a huge applause to him, please. Mr. Richard, you represent industry. You understand the requirements of young minds. What is your message? Do you think UK is ready for such models where the students are not only accumulating the academic credits, but are going for short-term programs or maybe for a year, a program where they can be trained on the job, and then they bring back that experience and can take credits, as well as it will help them in getting the good jobs in the international arena and also in India?
Thanks, Dr. Singh. It's a really interesting question. Obviously, I operate in India. We help UK universities in India and the business community in India. So I can't really speak for how the UK universities would handle this challenge and how they deal with the credit issue. But I think it's a really valid requirement that students have internship opportunities when they study. I wish I had had that kind of opportunity when I was at university back in the UK. We've actually recently put an Indian company together with a UK university to offer internships back in India for both UK students studying at that university and also Indian students who want to return back to India. And I do think this issue of employability is absolutely critical. We as a business council have about 100 corporate members, and we're constantly thinking about how we can leverage that group to provide better employability opportunities for Indian students who want to return back from the UK. I think there's lots more work to do on this though. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm taking another question, which is about 30% of the students from MIT universities have been able to ask, and I'm again linking it with the employment, which is worrying most of the students who are going for the higher education. And we are trying to create the largest network of working with some of the leading universities as well as the companies of the world. That is what we are trying to do. And the more we go deep into it, we feel that the co-op model, where the students can do 2 years, then they can take a break, they can do 1 year in the industry internationally, bring back those credits, or doing their apprenticeships last semester in the industry, not only in India, but across the globe, but real tough training, and then taking back the credits, and then seeing that what is in front of them. We're trying at our end, at MIT, that what we can do. But we would like to understand from our friends who are online, maybe that we can go to Professor Karen, who is a very good researcher, who travels abroad, who knows what research is. What do you feel is going to be the shift? We saw in 90s, the concentration of the students, especially from Asia, not only from India, but Asia, Chinese students, Indian students, Bangladeshi, Pakistan, their concentration was to do PhD. Then we saw in 2000s that the concentration was postgraduate program. So most of the students who were going for advanced studies, it was master's program. Then we saw lately, last 5 years, the shift was towards the undergrad programs. Large number of students, now they go for undergrad programs. Last 1 year, research suggests that the behavior of youngsters, it's changing very fast. So what you feel as a researcher or as an academic leader, what is going to be the education scenario next 2 to 3 years? You feel that the shift will be towards industry, or do you feel that the model of right now just simply doing BS or MS programs, this is going to be the model which students should inherit from the universities where they want to go. Over to you. I'd like to hear from you three.
Thank you. What a superb question. So let me go to the heart of it. The research, the evidence, the data, the intelligence tells us the nature of work is changing. So that old concept of going through graduates to masters, to PhDs is actually not current or relevant, but also not where the aspiration of young minds lie. I think, Robin, you really highlighted something that all my research over a decade is showing. At the University of York will be one of the first universities that is going for a modern Russell Group University of the future, where entrepreneurialism is in everything that we do. Because the students of the future are not necessarily interested in lifelong learning, they're interested in learning for life. Now, that's a very different concept, from sort of getting lots and lots of degrees or masters. What they want is practice-based learning. And so this area of industry, business, small and medium-sized enterprises coming together to provide a different kind of educational experience. I think, universities that are forward-thinking, and you've already shown that at Amity. Amity is built on its entrepreneurialism. Its founder is part of an incredibly large family business. And so I think we have to nurture that entrepreneurialism and develop entrepreneurial mindsets, because the research is saying those large companies aren't going to exist in the format that they exist now. So the education sector, I talk about an industrial revolution. The education sector is going to be the biggest, industrial revolution, where industry, business, public services, and our students and our research work collaboratively together. We have innovation corridors. We have innovation hubs, because we are working and they are working with business. The other thing, which I think is a transformation, students won't be doing the kind of dissertations they're doing now. They'll be doing dissertations that are about starting their own company in the future. And again, Robin, you very articulately highlighted the importance of that. And so my advice, to our university and universities of the future, if we don't respond now, then don't expect those students to come to us. Students will vote with their feet. They will go where there is innovation, there's collaboration, there's challenge. And so we have to be led in terms of our teaching and learning through research-driven innovation and developing an innovative ecosystem of learning that is about learning for life, not collecting badges along the way.
Thank you. I think learning for life and those skills are very essential. So maybe the students can note down what they need to do. We have with us the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lincoln. We'd like to hear from you. What model do you suggest is going to survive in the next 4 to 5 years?
Thank you very much. The world is changing very rapidly, and the way in which we teach our students is changing. So my crystal ball is probably as cloudy as many others. So forecasting what the future looks like is always difficult. But what we're seeing now in current trends, and particularly in the UK, is the demand for apprenticeships rather than necessarily full-time degrees. So I think the latest figures showed that there's about 60,000 entrants into apprenticeships every year, which is now about 10% of the entrants into higher education. And at Lincoln, we do a wide range of apprenticeships at all different levels. And therefore, we're used to being able to do endpoint assessments. So we can set up with companies activities that will lead to credit. So that's all very good. We also, I think in your introduction, Dr. Singh, you were talking about students going to one place and getting credits and then going back to Amity and adding those credits. Like many UK universities, we are very able to give credits to students that can then be taken back to the university and vice versa. We're happy to accept credits from other universities, providing we've all gone through the right quality procedures, which is what we all expect. And we have many relations like that across the world. And then picking up on a theme from other contributors this afternoon, student entrepreneurship is vitally important. And like many UK universities, we really encourage our students to set up their own companies. And in fact, the latest data that I've seen, I think the University of Lincoln was top 5 in the UK for the number of spin-out companies created by students. And we have a whole ecosystem within the university and within the county. The students starting up, giving them support to get the company going, and then for the number of student entrepreneurship spin-outs which are scalable is actually helping them create or identify move-on space and recruiting staff. So we have that whole range of spaces and support mechanisms. So I see that the way in which students learn and the way in which they get their credits will be changing. And it will be because I mentioned in my introduction the big challenges that the world is undergoing. Many of the jobs that exist today didn't exist when I was a graduate. Many of the students in this conference, the jobs they will go into will may not last as those jobs, but there will be jobs. So on the job learning, because companies also have a deficit of the skills within the companies, and the quicker they can get their employees up to skill as they move through the companies, the better. And apprenticeships and on job learning, and particularly if you get it for credits. I know that Karen said maybe not necessarily collecting the badges. I do think that credits are important to students to actually understand they're recognised for what they've learned, so they are then transferable in the job market. So I think that's a whole range of things that will change, and probably in the UK the number of students as a proportion of those with higher education qualifications, those that come in when they leave school, study for 3 or 4 years and graduate, having studied all their time in the classroom, that number is going to drop at the expense of those who are either doing entrepreneurship modules, setting up their own companies, or working in existing companies.
Thank you, Professor Jester. This was the Vice Chancellor of University of Lincoln from UK. I'm changing a question a bit now, coming on the last question, and then it's open, maybe that all of you can comment on it. We will look at, we have seen that last 1 year has seen the model of education system changing. We are now on hybrid. Virtual education has a role to play. TNE model, which was not existing, suddenly it has come up. So most of the good universities, they are looking at TNE model, that how they should operate, not only in India, but in other parts of the world. But at the same time, we have also seen the Indian education sector, which is coming up with number of reforms. And one of the major reforms which we see in the new education policy is that now foreign universities can open up a campus in India. It is still open, it's debatable, people are looking at, so a lot of companies, a lot of venture capitalists, a lot of angel investors, a lot of companies, and especially the chambers of commerce, they are deliberating that what is going to be the business model. So it's going to be not only simply academics, education, but it's going to be entrepreneurship, it's going to be investments, it's going to be the quality of education. And it's also about the changing behavior of the students. I would like to understand from you, Professor Robin, you yourself, you have been teaching entrepreneurship, you are one of the authority. What you see is the future. Is it a TNE model? Is it campus-in-campus model? Is it opening up a foreign university coming in India? A campus is going to be the future? And if so, what is your message? We'd like to hear from you. And then we'll come to you. What is your model? What do you suggest?
Thank you very much, Professor. It's a really interesting area. The landscape is changing very, very fast. I think the key thing that I have in my mind, following on from the new national education policy in India, is really about enhancement. It's about how do we go beyond what we already have and really enhance. But the important thing for me is that this needs to be in an equitable and reciprocal way. So this is not simply about self-interest on the part of own individuals or small individual organizations working in silos. It's about working together. That's very much the approach that we've taken already. We do, I think I mentioned in my presentation, we do have a joint institute now with 1,000 students every year graduating in China. we are absolutely actively looking at other countries, including India at the moment. So absolutely, the opportunities for joint collaborative provision, I think, are going to be increasing over time. And I think everybody in the world is looking at the moment at India as a very interesting possibility because of what you said has opened up here. However, I want to return again to the important point that this is fundamentally about partnership. This is about what we are working on together. And I go back to the point that this isn't just about having a provision somewhere else. It's about colleagues working together in a community, in partnership, in a reciprocal way, mutually beneficial, so that you have really positive outcomes for the students and the faculty. Faculty exchange, I think, is going to be important. Research collaboration, I think, is going to be fundamental to drive this forward, so that it's not simply about having an outpost in isolation, working on its own in a very self-interested way. I go back again to what I said was in the founding charter of the university, for the benefit of the wider community. And that requires us to work together. So yes is my answer to your question, but I want to add the two words, in partnership.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Over to you, Vice Chancellor of Roehampton University. What is your view, what you feel, and what are your priorities? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. You started your question by talking about reform, and I think that's really important because reform is a way of life in universities, and increasingly we have to change quickly. So if I look at Roehampton, over the last 3 years, we've completely reformed our curriculum. So now every undergraduate program has the option of an internship work placement for 1 year between year 2 and year 3. Most of our master's programs have a 1 year work placement option. We change our intake dates to meet the global requirements because the UK system is very based on a Northern European model of academic calendar, but we know that the world doesn't think like that, doesn't necessarily think like that. So we've changed the number of intakes that we have. And I think TNE and Campus in Campus is in that same category. How do we respond to student demand? How do we respond to what young people want to do, how they want to study? So for instance, in the UK, we have actually a TNE model within the UK. We teach our nursing programs in a local further education college, not that far from us, but too far for students to travel. And we do that because there is demand and because it offers something which students wouldn't otherwise be able to achieve. We have TNE in Singapore, in Germany, and in France. And again, for me, the question is not so much is it whether we should do it, but why we should do it. And the why is really about what need do we respond to. And I think those kinds of models, TNE and Campus in Campus, are really, really important in terms of bringing education through different ways that are not otherwise available. And not everyone can travel. For instance, not everyone can travel because they might have family commitments, because they might not be able to make the financial commitment to travel, because they might have health commitments, work commitments. There's all sorts of reasons why it's important to have a local offer. And I think as long as we do it in a way which responds to student demand and student needs, that's really what matters. But what I would say is also, what are the boundary conditions? And the boundary conditions are, we need to preserve the culture, the ethos, the mission of our home university when we do that. If we do it in partnership, we need to blend together the culture, the mission, the ethos of the two universities which work together to offer those courses. And this is, I think, a winning formula. It's a winning formula because students are then able to access something that they would not otherwise be able to access. It's part of our job as educators to innovate, not just in terms of what we teach, but how we teach it. And I think that's the fundamental question that we're addressing with TNE.
Thank you. I think that we'll stop here. I'm very cautious of the time. We had to finish in next 2 to 3 minutes. But any speaker, if they want to conclude, but we have seen that the education sector is changing very, very fast. From the research-based programs where people are only going for a PhD, we see that the numbers dropping for research. People going for masters, from masters to graduation, from graduation to skill-based programs. But Word still needs a lot of research. Word needs quality education. We also need to see that what value it is going to add to the biodatas and to the CVs of the students, what they are planning to do. But it was such a pleasure to see all of you. Any closing comments from any of the speakers? Most welcome. We have 2 more minutes. You can raise hand. Yeah, you have a question? Okay, fine. If you have got a question, quickly ask. Yeah, I think she has got a question.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Alka Thakur from BBA IB second semester. Firstly, thank you for sharing your learning experience with us. My question for you is, on one hand, we discourage excessive grade, recognizing that it can lead to negative consequences. On the other hand, a certain level of ambition is necessary for personal growth and progress. As successful educators, how do you think we students can determine when ambition becomes excessive?
Okay, right. You like to? Okay. Okay, anyone who's online would like to reply to the question? Yeah, I think Professor Kiran wants to reply, and Professor Robin has raised the. Professor Kiran, first over your comments, and then we'll come to Professor Robin. Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to ask, could you repeat the question because I struggle to hear it online?
Yeah, can you please repeat the question once again? This is a very special case we are allowing her because we already have got a list of questions, but she was very keen that she should ask the last question. So over to you.
On one hand, we discourage excessive grade, recognizing that it can lead to negative consequences. On the other hand, a certain level of ambition is necessary for personal growth and progress. As successful educators, how do you think we students can determine when ambition becomes excessive?
I think it's a great question. Thank you very much for raising that. Can I have a first go at that? Okay, so my take on it.
Yeah, going to speak on it.
Okay, so my take on it is that this is all about what you do with the ambition. It's not ambition just for yourself. It's ambition for what you do with it in the world. And I think if we actually situate that, if we actually locate it in the context of the community, then it's all good. That ambition is important because you're directing it to make the world a better place. And if you can do it in that way, if you fulfill that purpose of actually giving something back, that you're actually contributing to building social connections, to making the world a better place, then actually that's all the more to be commended. And I would say really, when you're thinking about how this applies in the context of education, I'd say and I'd say this to all the students in the room, I can see you all, although you're very small, I can see you all. 3 things I'd say, building blocks that you should be thinking about when you're going to a university and thinking about which is the right place for you. What knowledge am I going to acquire? That's obviously important in every university setting. Then what are you going to be able to do? What are the skills you're going to get? What are the skills that you're going to get that will take that ambition and translate it into something that's meaningful for the world? And last of all, but certainly not least, as we've been hearing throughout this fascinating panel discussion, experience. What experiences am I going to have that are going to enable me to take that ambition, to take that interest in doing everything I can for myself to fulfill my potential and use it for the benefit of all of those around me? That service to the community, I think, is fundamental. And to, the person who asked the question, I think is a really good question, but please don't see ambition as being mutually exclusive with benefit to the community. I think the two can go very, very well, hand in hand. And when you do that, then you've got the golden formula.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Robin. Professor Kiran, last word from you, and then we will stop here.
Great, thank you. I want to just build and extend, so I won't repeat anything that Robin has said. I think you have to think about ambition in the context of meaningful and fulfilling careers, because that's what the research is saying. Employers want adaptable and skilled individuals. Graduates are aspiring for meaningful and fulfilling careers. And today we focused on the 3 C's, and I want to focus on the 3 P's in response to your question. So ambition is about passion. How do we put that passion to work in meaningful and fulfilling careers and education? Ambition is about persistence. It's about pursuing that curiosity, that knowledge, that research. But it's also about persuasiveness. You have to use that ambition to be persuasive in the types of skills, in the types of jobs that you are going to be delivering as future leaders. So I finish. Ambition is about passion, persistence, and persuasiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then that brings us to the end of this session. And what a privilege for this very distinguished audience to have a company of such very distinguished vice chancellors and the people from the industry. And we can see that the future of the education is going to be different in the next 2 to 3 years. Research is very important, innovation is very important, but at the same time, traveling is also going to be very important, and the exposure which you will get internationally is also going to be very important. Universities in the times to come, those universities will survive who are able to bring most innovative models in their university system. At MIT, we are trying it. We are trying to create the largest network of universities worldwide, where our students, they can transfer their credits, they can go on apprenticeships, they can go on internships, and in return of those apprenticeships and internships, they can get a credit. The Honorable Prime Minister of this country, he is trying his level best to change the education policy, which was not at all being changed from last many decades. And we can see a sea change. Last semester, each student can go now abroad or they can work in the industry on those credits, which can make them employable and which can create an ecosystem, which is the base of the industrial growth and the economic growth. But such a pleasure to see all of you once again. Thank you so very much. Give a huge applause to everyone. Professor Foster, who's the Vice Chancellor of University of Essex, he had to catch a flight, so he has just gone. Professor Gilles Noel, thank you so very much for coming. Give a huge applause to him as a Vice Chancellor of University of Brampton and the President of that university, and your colleagues who are sitting right from the very morning. Thank you so very much. Also, Professor Neil Juster, Vice Chancellor and President of University of Lincoln, thank you so much for joining us. Give a huge applause to him. Mr. Richard, a good friend who has been guiding various companies for sending them abroad. Give a huge applause to him also. Professor Kiran Trohan, so sorry that you couldn't get your visa, but look forward for interacting with you. You met us in London. We were together, but we look forward to welcoming you in Paris along with your Vice Chancellor. Give a huge applause to her. And of course, our friend, Professor Robin. It was a pleasure meeting you a few weeks back in India, but we look forward to establish long-lasting relationship with you and your university. Thank you so very much. It was such a pleasure to see all of you. Thank you. Over to you, Master Sarabin.
Thank you so much for such insightful thoughts, and to the great moderator, Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to confer the awards. Conferring of mementos to the distinguished speakers for their memorable address. And I would like to request the dignitaries to kindly step forward. One without you, nothing was possible. Confer mementos to the speakers for their memorable address. Group CEO, Professor Anthony Foster. library instrument design and limited. Mr. Bhaskar collecting this award from National Writing Instrument Private Limited. Next, without ado, I would like to invite Mr. Pradeep Gal, CMD Progressive Infotech, collecting Amity Excellence Award. Mr. Pradeep Gal, CMD Progressive Infotech. I would like to invite Mr. Raj Mono, Senior Vice President, Ultratech Cement, Aditya Bengaluru. Amity Proud Sponsor, collect Amity Export Excellence Award, I would like to invite Mr. Vipul Shah, Chairman, the Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council. This award is received by Mr. Ashok Singh, Chairman, Northern Region. It is indeed an honor to confer Amity Export Excellence Award, the Gem and Jewelry Export Promotion Council, and this award is selected by Mr. Ashok Singh, Chairman, Northern Region. I know dear students, you have hundreds of questions lined up. Some students sitting live in front of me have a lot of questions, but due to the paucity of time and the constraint of the session, I would like to take your questions and would send these questions to the eminent guest. I would also like to thank Dr. David the stalwarts of Amity University, and a big cheers and round to our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh sir. And I this gathering to give a standing ovation to our Group Vice Chancellor, to our Chancellor, to our Founder President, to all the Amity stalwarts for making the inaugural so successful. Dear students, kindly be seated. I know your entire efforts. Without you, I said nothing was possible. So students, be seated for a short while. Let the guests proceed. Your attendance will be taken by your program leaders now. So kindly be seated. A big cheer to my student community and to the faculty, researchers and scholars, staff and the support staff of Amity University, the IT team that made it possible live. Absolutely amazing, all the students. Absolutely amazing. Stay back for 5 minutes for your attendance. But then you should get attendance for all the classes. Please stay back for 5 minutes. Lock all the doors. Nobody should enter the room now. May I request all the program leaders to please come on the stage? May I request all the program, please lock the door. Excuse me, lock the door. No one should enter the room now. Lock the door. First floor also, please lock the door. All the doors. May I request all the program leaders to please come on the stage? Your program leaders are standing here. Now how will you mark your attendance? You just need to stand. Your faculty members are here on stage. You just need to click your selfie.
Just click your selfie and put it on your WhatsApp group, class WhatsApp group. All CRs to kindly monitor. Stand up, click a selfie. This stage should come in your selfie. Your face should be visible in your selfie. Yes, 1, 2, 3. And that will give you attendance. Take a selfie, not the photograph. Your face and the stage should be visible in your selfie. Your program leaders are standing on the stage. They should be visible in your selfie. आप बीच में आ जाओ. नहीं, you should be visible in the selfie. हाँ? Guest को जान. Viva ma'am, come and join us on the stage so that all those who are on the first floor can click a photograph with you. Everybody, Animesh sir, Neha ma'am, selfie with the PL. That will give you attendance. Selfie with the PL. Wonderful. All those who are there, your PLs are here. You can click the selfie with the PL. Selfie with the PL. Your Jia ma'am, Madhu ma'am, they are there. If you can't see your PL, Jia ma'am, Madhu ma'am are there. On first floor. Anamika ma'am. In case Anamika ma'am is not there, Viva ma'am is there. कोई बात नहीं, रवनीत सर हैं, किसी के साथ भी ले लो. We all are on stage. All are on stage. We have 5 more minutes. That is it. Then we'll open the gates. Huh? Do not allow anybody to enter. Only exit. No new selfie. All the security members, please be careful. Only exit. No entry. Amazing. Wow. Very good. Thank you, Team DM. Anamika ma'am is not there, but I'm there for DM. Wow. Selfie with the PL. Thank you, ma'am. Wow. Thank you so much. You all were amazing. Thank you so much. DM. Hashtag selfie with your PL. DM. DM. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
ये अपलोड करूँ यस मम्मी हमें अच्छे लगने लगे ना वैसे भी अच्छे लगते हैं और अच्छे लगते ये मैं अपलोड करूँ गुड मैं भी आ रहा हूँ
हरे कृष्णा बेटा
थैंक यू मैम
Now, all the CRs, please help your program leaders in marking the attendance. By default, we'll mark everybody absent right now. We'll update it by end of the day. And for us, it is end of the day is 10 o'clock. For you guys, new set will join the next session. Sir, आपका selfie है ना?
Very good evening to one and all present here. It's a big honor. A big round of applause to all the guests, eminent luminaries on the dais and online to all of us. Welcome to INBUSH Era 2024. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now live on the first day of third session of INBUSH World Summit 2024. The prime theme of INBUSH Era 2024 is empowering change through 5 C's and transformation: collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and community. Give a big round of applause to our great panelists, Professor Dr. Mohammed Lechmi, President and Vice Chancellor, Toronto Metropolitan University, Canada, who is live with us. Please keep applauding for Professor Dr. Julia Kristen Hughes, President and Vice Chancellor, Yorkville University, Canada. We welcome you, ma'am. We also welcome Honorable Mr. Chandra Arya, Member of Parliament, Nepean, Orontario, Canada. We welcome you, sir. We also welcome Mr. Arun Pandya, Country Head, Air Canada, India and South Asia. We welcome you, sir. We welcome Ms. Nadira Hamid, CEO, Indo-Canadian Business Chambers. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, who is not only a Group Vice Chancellor of Amity Universities, but a father figure to all of us. His brainchild is now becoming adult. The legacy for 24 years of INBUSH is not just built in one day. It is a history. It is a mark of excellence. It is a culmination of his hard work, his sincerity, and his devotion. Today, we all celebrate the 24th INBUSH Era 2024 because of this legendary man who is just going to address this warm gathering today. So without any further delay, I would like to invite Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, who is a heart of inspiration, who is a soul of ignition, and who is the big bone marrow of this entire show. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. First of all, on behalf of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, we have got 16 Vice Chancellors, 16 universities, Director Generals of all the foreign campuses which we have. On my own behalf as a Group Vice Chancellor, very senior colleagues who are sitting here, very warm welcome to a very learned panelist. Give a huge applause to all of them who have joined us. They are on the stage, but also are very distinguished guests who are joining us online. I can see Honorable Mr. Chandra Arya, Honorable Member of Parliament from Ontario. Give a huge applause to him. Canada has always been very close to our heart, and we feel so proud that this great country has not only welcomed people from across the globe, but the kind of treatment they give you. I got an opportunity to live in this country for a year or so, and my gratitude to our all friends who supported me during that time. And this was a time, I was looking at Canada, that how the things are there, how the education sector is. But all those who are here and who are on the stage, they not only supported, but gave us a fair idea that if MIT has to open up a campuses in Canada, or if we have to work with some of the leading brands, then how we should work. So very warm welcome to all of you. I can see Professor Julia, our very good friend, President of Yorkville. Last time your delegation was here, but great to see you online. Give a huge applause to the President of Yorkville, Professor Julia. I remember spending some time with you and you coming to the apartment, taking me to your wonderful university, and then we started taking number of initiatives. I'm sure that times to come, we will further strengthen our relationship for all times to come. Professor Mohammed Hashmi, what you have created in Toronto, I think very few in the world would be able to create. Those who don't know, Professor Rashmi is the president and vice chancellor of Toronto Metropolitan University, Canada. They changed their name, they really re-engineered. And I got a chance to see that what they have created in CBD area. If you go, you see any building, you will find that their name is on every building. So he's a household name, very good university, research-oriented university, but the students speak very high about their president. So there are very few people in the world, academic leader, where you can ask the students and how your president is, and they give you positive vibes. Give a huge applause to him. He's a wonderful person. Very warm welcome. We can see Mr. Arun Pandya, a man who is a country head, Air Canada, India, and South Asia. And I was telling him that I spoke to you on the phone. There was a time we wanted to travel to Canada, and we had just 5 minutes. And I requested, and it was a COVID time. And somehow the gentleman came and he said that I will be able to arrange things. So that is how the power of networking, guys. Canada, I would say that there is something in the air in Canada. The people are very friendly. Give a huge applause to Mr. Arun Pandya. Ms. Nadira Hamid, again a household name. She's a CEO of Indo-Canadian Business Chamber. And I know the kind of energy she brings. I was there for 5 minutes talking to her and could see the kind of relationship she is bringing. We look forward to be working very closely with the Indo-Canadian Business Chamber and want to see that what we can do together. Applause for her, please. People say that temple is important, but in a temple, there are people who will always introduce you with the God. They are more important. We have with us one of my very close friends, Mr. Raj Narula, who is the moderator today, the man who has helped thousands of business ventures to be established in Canada. The one who has got lot of energy, who is always helpful, and who knows how to create relationships. Give a huge applause to a great friend of Amity, Mr. Raj Narula, who's the founder CEO of Inca Synergies, but has been helping a number of people to identify land, to identify business opportunities, and to work together on number of projects. For those who are sitting here from the academic circles, Canada is a country which is very close to the heart of thousands of Indians. If you ask people in this hall that how many of you have your families in Canada, you will find that out of the 5, at least one will say that we have got a family in Canada. I was just looking at, we have got an alumni chapter, a very strong alumni chapter in Canada. And I was just counting, we have got somewhere about 400 alumni members who are from Amity, and they are doing so well there. And my own experience has been that Canada is a country which is very friendly. Canada is a country which will always welcome immigrants. Canada is a country which will always give you equal opportunities. Canada is a country which will not only be able to offer you world-class education, but at the same time, they will also be offering you a training, practical training. And if you look at the salary structure of the people, you will find that it is one of the amazing countries in the world, which is offering one of the highest wage rates in the world. With those words, I will leave it to the moderator to moderate the session, but we would like to understand. We have got a list of questions before this session started. We have got 200,000 students now. Professor Julia knows about it because she and her colleagues, they have visited us. But Professor Lashmi, Mr. Arya, Mr. Pandya, Ms. Nadira, you are coming for the first time. So I'm just giving you a brief that today MIT is the largest education group of India. We have got 200,000 students. We have got 12 universities, and there is no education group
which has got 12 universities in India. We have got 16 foreign campuses, and we are expanding very, very fast. In Canada, we want to have strategic ties with some of the leading universities of Canada, and we want to send students in great numbers to experience the kind of environment you have been able to build. With these words, I pass this to the moderator, Mr. Raj Narula. Your mics are in front of you. You can ask questions. I'll be passing some questions which we have been able to get from our various universities. But such a privilege to welcome all of you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I must say it's indeed a pleasure to be back at Amity University. I met Dr. Singh many, many years ago in Canada, and I was immediately struck by his energy, by his warmth, and by his hospitality. Because immediately upon our first meeting or first introduction, he said, when you're back in Delhi, you must come and see us at Amity. And I did, and received an astounding welcome and a tour of the campus, and I was extremely impressed. So that was back, I'm going to say, at least 9 years ago. I'd like to, kick off by saying thank you, Dr. Singh, for asking me to moderate this panel among some very distinguished panelists, both online and as well as in person. So I'd like to kick off, as a theme of the conference is really about global connectivity. It's about collaboration, creativity, thinking, and how we can bring all that together to enhance relationships as well as opportunities. I am actually living in Ottawa, Canada. I've lived there for over 40 years. I did my education in Canada. My father was a diplomat, so I got to live in 5 different countries before settling in Canada. But I came with a lot of broad experience, and I started applying that into my businesses at a very young age. My first entrepreneurship started at age 24, and I've continued to be an entrepreneur since. So, for many students and families, education is a path to a new or better career, and ultimately to a better future. This expectation is a key driver demand at education levels for all levels. And research in the field clearly demonstrates that employability is both a major motivation for study abroad, as well as a significant factor in selecting an institution or a school. So similarly, post-work studies and work opportunities also lead to immigration possibilities. And this is where Canada really plays a big role. We have been one of the most welcoming nations in the globe. And that really speaks in numbers. When we start to look at our numbers, we look at 2013 or 2015, only 14% of all the student visas issued were to Indian students in Canada. While in 2023, this number went to 40%. In 2014, only 38,000 Indian students went to Canada to study, whereas the number was 320,000 by December of 2022. The reason for this migration and the reason for this massive opportunity creation was really because the laws and the opportunity that our education institutions, as well as the government of Canada, created was to help students to come to Canada, to be part of a world-class education system, and then benefit from it by contributing back to our society and our communities, which is what most of the students coming to Canada do. So when I look at if I look at our conference that, we're spending our next hour on, this part of the conference, we're going to be leveraging what we call the 5C principles of this conference. And our aim will be to explore new ways to build successful programs that'll help deliver appropriate results for all of us. The new era of technology is kicking in. We've got everyone's now, talking ChatGPT, generative AI, blockchain, digitization, Industry 4.0. All of these are now real. And every one of those and every student in this room realizes that they have to have those skills embedded in their studies, as well as their opportunities that when they go to the job market will be easier for them. So, when we talk to employers in the industry, a lot of them are looking at hiring graduates with good skills. They're looking for good communications. They're looking for good writing skills. They're looking for strategic thinking that typically goes beyond a school book. And hence, when I spoke to many students today, I got a chance to interact with a good 40, 50 students before the panel started. And I have to tell you, I was very impressed. They're asking a lot of questions. They're asking and they're communicating very effectively. So I believe that is a massive kudos to the organization that Dr. Singh you're building here. So in essence, in closing my opening remarks, I would say that a university curriculum that focuses on outcomes such as transferable future skills and facilitating student choice have to include things like experiential learning. They have to look at work-related learning goals, and they have to go and make sure that the alignment of the curriculum is important to industry. So on that note, I'm going to say that I'm going to start, starting with our initial question. But before we do that, I'd like to ask each of the panelists to take 1 minute and what we call an elevator introduction of yourself. And I'll start with Chandraji. Chandra, it's great to see you, and I'll start off with you.
Thank you so much, Raj. I know it's great to meet my friend Raj Narula in India. I can tell you guys, the students, talk to him. He is a permanent fixture in our technology sector in Ottawa. In Ottawa, we have got 1,700 knowledge-based companies, and Raj Narula is one of the key guys. In fact, he's the founder of the INDUSH Entrepreneurs, which helps provide a platform for the technology entrepreneurs in Ottawa. And Nadira Hamid, it was very nice to see you again. Last time I was in India, I was at the Observer Research Foundation, and I had a very good meeting. I have to tell one thing about Nadira Hamid, how much he's working to connect Canada and India in the business sector. People, you may not know that Canada has invested $75 billion in India. And that is the kind of thing comes because the industry leaders like Nadira in India and Raj Narula in Canada, they work together. And just to give another small example, what organizations like Canada India Business Chamber does, Indian government in the last budget, I think in February 1st, I think, they exempted insurance companies from the Indian income tax provision, and only for the pension funds investing in India. The only pension funds that are investing in India are Canadian. And I believe that particular provision in the Indian budget has given a windfall of about $500 million to Canadian pension funds. Anyway, so nice to see you, Nadira. Mr. Singh, it's very nice to see you. I heard about this Amity University, and it's a great time to be here. Just 1 minute, 30 seconds about me. I came to this wonderful country, Canada, about 20 years back. Within 11 years of me landing here, I became a member of parliament. I am just saying that to say that the opportunity the country provides to people who are willing to integrate, willing to work hard, and I'm using this time to not only promoting the Indo-Canadian things, but also for all Canadians and specifically for Canada-India relations. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, Honorable Arya. Really appreciate that. And I must state that Chandraji in the Ottawa community is extremely well known for his tenacity and his hard work that he does at the community grassroots level. And he's lived in the community, he's worked for high-tech companies, but he's also migrated his career at a later age and done so very successfully. So, he's certainly a very welcome addition of our community in Ottawa. Next, we'll go to Dr. Hughes. Welcome to the panel, and I'd like you to take a minute or two to introduce yourself as well as a few notes.
Well, thank you very much. It's my absolute honor to be with you all. And Dr. Singh, thank you so much for the kind invitation. It's wonderful to see you again. I wish I could be there in person. It's a busy time right now for higher education in Canada. So many things going on. What I did want to share with the group is that before becoming president and vice chancellor of Yorkville University, I was the founding dean of the Lang School of Business and Economics at the University of Guelph. So I come to my role through having an MBA and a PhD in organizational behavior. And I have drawn on that discipline in every leadership role I've had. I'm a self-described higher education disruptor. I was disappointed with my own experience as an undergraduate student. So I've made it my life's purpose is to help transform higher education so it serves students well, that it supports transformational learning journeys. And I could not agree more with our moderator's comments. Raj, it's wonderful to meet you. One of the things that I've really focused in on is the need for all programs, whether they're business or otherwise, to focus on helping students develop transferable skills, foundational skills that will future-proof their careers. And as far as I'm concerned, most disciplines do not spend nearly enough time focusing in on that. There's been a number of reports in Canada of what those skills are, and we follow those very closely, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. One of the pleasures of my career is that I actually got to address the United Nations General Assembly in New York City on behalf of business schools from around the world who were committed to developing graduates who would embrace the concept of business as a force for good. So business that understands the phenomenal and positive impact it can have on families, communities, countries, but it's ethical leadership. And it's leadership that seeks to develop products and services that will make a positive contribution and be produced in an ethical way. So I've spent much of my career working hard to help develop educational programs that do that. And so at Yorkville now, I'm so proud to share that we have what we call our signature learning outcomes. And this includes one about being digitally capable. So I have written myself on ChatGPT as something we should not be afraid of. We need to embrace it. We need to embrace it wisely. We need to understand its dark side, but how do we harness it? So I absolutely agree. And we need students who have a really great understanding of themselves. So being self-aware, being collaborative, being creative, being communicative. Those are just some of the signature learning outcomes. And so how do we do that, right? How do we, if you become a student at Yorkville, how do you become assured that you will have the opportunity to develop those skills that will see you well throughout your life? So we're very committed to a couple of things that really set us apart. One is that we have embraced a pedagogical philosophy based on relationship. So there's a great book called Relationship Rich Education. And in there is a concept of relentless welcome. So we deliberately hire faculty who want to engage with students in small groups and more of a mentorship model or an apprenticeship model. And all of our faculty are not just academically qualified, but have a depth of practical experience in the subjects that they're teaching. And we further support that with small class sizes. So none of our classes are bigger than about 30, 35 students. Most are around 20. And the design of the classrooms is very flexible. So our students are working together. They're learning how to collaborate as they're learning the subject matter and having that opportunity to apply theoretical concepts or research to real problems and creatively generating solutions. So it's our vision to support transformational learning journeys. We've articulated what we believe are the essential skills that students need, and we've created a warm, welcoming, and engaging learning environment. And I think those are, I couldn't be more pleased to finally have the opportunity as the president to implement these ideas across all of our programs. So again, pleasure to be with you all here today.
That's terrific, Dr. Hughes. Thank you so much for an excellent introduction on the capabilities that your institution is actually bringing to the market. We'll complete the online folks and we'll move to Dr. Hashemi. Thank you.
You need to unmute.
Yes. Good evening, everyone in India, and good morning to my colleagues here in Canada. My name is Mohammed Lashmi. I'm the President and Vice Chancellor of Toronto Metropolitan University. My background, I'm a professor in civil engineering, and my research has long focus on sustainable construction materials. Beyond my professional pursuit, I consider myself as a global citizen. I was born and educated in North Africa, completed my grad studies in North America, and pursued work in Europe, Asia, and in Canada. This diverse journey has instilled in me a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of our global community and the transformative power of education. Our panel discussion today is not just a topic, it is a mission statement, a vision for the future. As we dive into today's discussion, I'm thrilled to explore how Canada's education system can shape global leaders and boost employability. At our university, TMU, we are not focused only on academics. Equally as important is our mission to create innovators and problem solvers ready to address real world problems. And I can assure you that we have many of them around us. Our zone learning model, which I hope to share more about during our discussion, is a great example of this, offering students hands-on experience, turning ideas into impact. Today, I will share insights into fostering a culture of innovation, the importance of experiential learning, and how international experiences can prepare students for a global job market. We will also discuss the potential of Indo-Canadian collaborations to enrich education and empower students. Thank you very much to our host, Amity University, and to my fellow panelists. I look forward to our discussion and the exciting exchange of ideas and strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lashemi. I had the pleasure of meeting you when Minister Bains visited India, and we met at the center Ryerson had set up in Mumbai, and I'd led his business delegation to India. So moving next to my left, Nadira, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for inviting me here. It is so wonderful and invigorating to be surrounded by students and the teachers, the academia, because it's always good to have that energy around you. So thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Arya, I would also say the same, that it was wonderful meeting you. And since then, I've been reading so much that you are saying. And I really wanted to say that you left an impression at that time. I think, he is a man who I think speaks his mind, but works with his heart. So I think you are constantly doing the right thing out there. Professor Julia, wonderful to hear from you. And Dr. Lakshmi, to hear what all you are doing. We heard Dr. Singh as well, Raj, and all of you. Arun, I'm sure we'll hear from him next. Just such learned people. I'm still learning. I don't think I've reached that, so my words I may not be able to speak in that fluent manner that you all are speaking. But we just want to say that we are here to facilitate. We are part of the Indo-Canadian Business Chamber. We are the only chamber based in India which is dedicated to facilitating trade, investment, business between India and Canada. And today, business, trade, economy, it is all based on the foundation of education. You have to be educated in the right skills, the right technology to be able to cope in the world of tomorrow. Again, it is a global community. No longer can we learn in India or you learn in Canada. You have to learn in India and Canada. You have to learn on a global level. So the more collaboration there is, the better it is. The students gain a lot of knowledge from both the areas and in different sectors. So it makes for a well-rounded knowledge, a well-rounded learning experience. That is what we have to aim at. So on a lighter note, Raj, if I could just have 15 seconds more, I just want to, talk about the India-Canada relationship. So when I started, I've been here for 12 years now, 12 and a half years in this role. And, when we started earlier, we would be educating the people, we'd be doing road shows in India and saying, look, when you want to work with Canada, there are few things, please remember, do not say no problem, because that causes the biggest problem. Every time anybody from, they say that, will you be able to deliver in time? Will you be able to do this? And we had the tendency to say, no problem. And that is a problem. Or to, like how to give your soft skills, to say yes, shake your head, say no. Don't have to just do it through your facial communication, but resort to vocabulary. So, I mean, those are the things. And today, we don't have to tell them, how to engage with Canada. In fact, you have to tell them that how to do it. They're all ready, all prepared. Business is ready to go on and to move forward. And whatever you may have heard in the last few months about the India-Canada relationship, things business-wise, things are totally online. We are doing our best. Today we had a meeting with the former high commissioners, the present high commissioner, Premier Scott Moore is in town, and we had a meeting. Arun was also present, and everybody said the same thing, that we are here to strengthen business and we are here to talk business. So, that is the way to go ahead. Education leading to good business ties between India and Canada.
Terrific. Thank you, Nadira. I must say that, I met you in the very first week of your appointment at ICBC at High Commissioner Beck's residence in Delhi. And, I was impressed then, and I'm in awe now because I've seen you grow as a person. I've seen you grow as an executive who really carries Canada on her heart. What she has done for India, Canada is incredible. And I can speak from experience. She's led delegations to Canada. Over 100 people came with you to Canada. And over the years, I've seen all of the different events that you and your team have been incredible in managing in different cities of the country. And as we all know, India is not easy to navigate. So if you can do that, you're doing really well. On that note, we're going to hand it over to our champion, Sir Arun Pandya.
Sir Arun Pandya. I like that. Anyway, thank you very much, Professor Gurinder Singh and Raj Narula. And I'm very happy to be sharing the panel with esteemed and very high level colleagues from Canada. I must say at the outset, my job has become very, very easy. They've already said it all. So I have hardly to say anything, except that I have seen the Canada-India relationship evolve over the last 16, 17 years since I joined Air Canada. There was nothing. There was no relationship to speak about at that time because there was very little economic and trade engagement. There were many, many challenges between the two countries to sit down together and evolve a joint strategy to do business. And I used to tell a lot of delegations that used to come. They used to be extremely happy when I would meet the members of these business delegations, ministers from various provinces, including the federal ministers. I would tell them it's very nice to hear the amount of MOUs that have been signed. But my question is, how many actually take off? Because there is this fear, at that time, there was this fear between the Canadian businesses of engaging with India long distance. They were unaware of the opportunities and the way Indians did business. And I would like to acknowledge the fact that the Indo-Canadian Business Chamber and my colleague here I've been sitting on the board since about 16, 17 years. And Nadira came on board. And the way she has systematically gone about in creating that bridge between Canada and India to enhance the engagement is absolutely credible. And Air Canada became one of the biggest supporters for Indo-Canadian Business Chamber because we saw a hell of a lot of value in what was being done between the two countries and where it can take us together. On the institution side, on the education side, which is very, very important. And without this, I don't think we can move forward. I really don't think we can move forward because good education, good educational engagement, good collaboration is all about creating that synergy, exchanging ideas and technology to enhance better education and better understanding between the two countries. So we'll speak about that as we go along, but I must also acknowledge the role Raj has played between these two countries. I call him really a mentor of startups and a mentor of how he has been guiding businesses to set up and do deals and trade between the two countries. I've had many conversations with Raj, and what has always interested me is every time I've spoken to him is the new idea that he comes with after doing his entire research. And then he goes around the country. He's already identified who he needs to speak to create that engagement and to create that collaboration between India and Canada. So kudos to you, my friend.
Thank you for the kind words, Arun. I must state that, India, being Indian, is very close to heart. My last company, I started in India in 2006 and I exited in 2015. Upon the exit, I had 200 people working for me in India in two different centers. And in the last, 4 years during pre-COVID and post-COVID, I actually seeded some ideas in the northeast region of India. Those ideas have permeated into creating what we called an opportunity for the entire Northeast region. We all know that the Northeast region of India is extremely poorly connected and poor infrastructure as well as opportunities. So our aim was to leverage Canadian skills, Canadian technologies, as well as Indian know-how and technologies in creating opportunities for the residents of the Northeast region, which represents about 60 million people. So as one example, we've used a Canadian technology which is used for healthcare for senior citizens. They don't actually have to leave their home. This is a very small startup out of Ottawa that created an IoT device that connects to a smart TV, connected with 5 home devices, including a blood pressure oximeter, temperature thermometer, and a scanner off your mobile phone. All of these provide your daily vitals, and you have immediate connectivity to a surgeon and a doctor of your choice. You can actually have that in a real live environment because the Northeast has very poor connectivity, road infrastructure, and all that. So I'm just, sharing with you that collaboration, connectivity comes in many formats. And one of the takeaways of today's conference for all of the students, and this is something I chatted with earlier, was the fact that you need to learn to collaborate and be very open about it. And one of the first ones is make sure you have a good LinkedIn profile. LinkedIn is about business. Facebook and Insta are about your social life. Social and business lives must be kept separate because if you want to succeed as a professional, you must know how to manage those two profiles. And be careful on your social profile because some of it can permeate over to your business profile. And therefore, for all the students, always when you reach out to somebody, reach out with a purpose, reach out with a message. If you're connecting with Nadira or myself or Arun, or anybody that's online with us, please drop a quick message and say, this is why I'm connecting with you or would like to connect with you. So it's a simple takeaway because our conference is about collaboration. It's about the 5 C's, right? That we've used here of transformation, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communications, and community. All of these are skills that you must develop. And on that note, we're going to kick off with the very first question to the panel. And I'd like each of the panelists to, answer in a very short format that you can, because we have a number of questions and we're going to try to keep under a time check as well. So first question is, how do you perceive the opportunities for further strengthening Indo-Canadian education and corporate collaborations or industry collaborations? And let's kick off, Nadira, maybe with yourself, and then we'll go to Dr. Hughes.
Quickly. Yeah, education collaborations. Of course, you can have academic, so student exchanges. Then we have the teacher training exchanges that we can do, joint research projects, and student mobility programs. For corporate, we can also have corporate partnerships where corporates and universities can collaborate and then have courses where they can then employ people who can use those courses. And so I think a lot of these have already started, I think, collaborating both in Canada and in India. So hopefully these are the really main things where you can.
Great. Thank you, Nadira. Dr. Hughes, you'll be next, and then we'll follow by Dr. Lashemi.
Thank you. Well, to start, to say how delighted I am to have our relationship with Amity. So this was Dr. Gurinder Singh's inspiration, where students can join Amity, study for a few years, and then come to Canada and join our campus either in Toronto or in Vancouver, British Columbia. So I think that's a wonderful example of a collaboration. We also collaborate with our alumni. Many of our students in our Vancouver and Toronto campus come from India. We have students who join us from over 100 countries from around the world, but certainly many come from India already. And when they graduate, they have an opportunity to become mentors to current students. And I think that mentorship role is so important. But what I'm thinking about from this panel, and so I love by how participating in something gives you new ideas. Nadira, I've already reached out to you on LinkedIn. So just to reinforce that point about how important LinkedIn is, because I think that we have an opportunity to do much more with groups like the one you represent. So it could be people in India, people in Canada who want to come in and be guest speakers, who want to help mentor our students, who are looking for employees for their businesses. I think one of the things that makes Canada a wonderful destination for students is that they are not just allowed to work while they're studying, but encouraged to, so that they have that opportunity to be immediately applying in their employment what they may be learning in the classroom. But I do think that there's an opportunity for us to do more with your organization and others similar to that. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Shemi, over to you.
I see many opportunities for collaborations, such as joint research initiatives, technology transfers, and exchange programs that can leverage our respective countries' innovative educational models and vast talent pool. I would also like to mention the importance of building upon existing partnerships. Sometimes we try to develop new ones, but we do have a lot of existing partnerships. And I can tell you, our university, TMU, currently holds 14 international partnerships with Indian higher education entities, and is constantly evaluating opportunities to expand those partnerships in India. I would also like to add that our approach to partnership is not limited to universities only. We are keen to engage with the industry on the shared challenges we face by the world's big cities. And you mentioned the partnership that we have with the Bombay Stock Exchange, where we have an incubator run in Mumbai. Another example that we do have, we have a Center for Urban Energy that partner with Tata Power, DDL, to explore new solutions to integrating renewable energy sources into traditional power grids. And we have had many opportunities to actually to have research collaboration, but implementation of the outcome of those research collaborations, both in India and in Canada.
That's terrific. Thank you, sir. Arun, over to you for the last comment. Sorry. Chandraji as well.
So, in terms of collaboration, so in my previous avatar, I used to work with the Taj Group of Hotels. I was heading international marketing for them. And something that I saw at that time and I got engaged with is something I'm sharing because it's been going on for many years, but I don't know how much the Canadian universities are involved in this kind of an activity, especially for the MBA students in Harvard, Yale, MIT, etc. We used to get study groups to India. They used to stay at the Taj. There was an itinerary, and Taj used to help in engaging with them and their alumni that are in India. So, for example, Harvard Business School has an alumni in India, for example. And they used to set up interactive study tour and engagement with very senior people in different industry sectors, not just in Delhi and Mumbai, but they would visit maybe 3 or 4 cities and be here for about 2 weeks. And this was serious engagement. Let me tell you, when they used to go back, it was all credit driven. So they would get credits for coming on this study tour, engaging and submitting a report or a write up of what they have done in terms of takeaways and what have they given back in terms of their perspectives. Okay. And I engaged with a couple of these companies, executives who were involved with this, and all of them said that this was something really very innovative at that time, many, many years back, and that they would welcome such engagement year over year. So that is something I don't know how many Canadian universities are doing, but definitely I can tell you the Indo-Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Nadira has been speaking about it in our board meetings, but we have not really kicked off. So there is an opportunity to collaborate through ICBC and see how we can create this kind of an engagement of study tours where they actually go and visit factories. They actually have interactive sessions with very senior people. So that's one. The second takeaway is more recent. So the government of India has actually liberalized its policy of establishing foreign campuses in India. And these campuses can be standalone or collaborative. So, for example, let us assume Amity decides to collaborate with, say, University of Toronto Metropolitan University or some other university and do a joint campus in India and bring in programs that are relevant for India. Example, AI. AI is the real big thing happening in the world today. Canada is a pioneer in AI. So the collaboration always happens when you do your own evaluation of what you have and what you want to collaborate on. And that is something that is another very interesting opportunity that has emerged because the government of India recognizes this as an opportunity to exchange and engage in the sector of education. That's from me.
Terrific. Thank you, Arun. And lastly, we'll go to Honorable Chandra Arya.
Thanks, Raj. Listen, I'll make it very quick. I'll focus on only 4 things. One, the students come to Canada. They're helping us, Canadians and Canada, with the skills and expertise you bring in. You also contribute to our GDP in a big way. International students contribute $20 billion to Canadian GDP. Just to give a comparison, our manufacturing sector, automobiles is the biggest segment in the manufacturing sector, and the automobile manufacturing contributes less than $20 billion that the international students contribute. So you are big. We need you. Where you can get value from Canada, that's where I want to touch 4 things. I'm sure you all know that Canada is the leading knowledge source for the artificial intelligence. A lot of our universities have got very high-end research on artificial intelligence. That is one area. The second one is, electrical vehicle industries is growing across the world. The batteries are very important. 2 things in the batteries. One of the leading battery research facility is in a Canadian university, when even Tesla collaborates with. Tesla being the biggest, rather the most famous electrical vehicle manufacturer in the world, collaborates with the Canadian university for the research in batteries. And few weeks back, Bloomberg ENIA came out with a long list of country rankings on the critical minerals that are required for batteries. Guess what? Canada became #1, displacing China in terms of the critical minerals availability. So the research to the supply of raw materials to the battery manufacturing, Canada is ahead, and that is one of the areas you can focus on. The third is semiconductors. Semiconductors, the chips have become very, very important these days. I think India doesn't have much of the semiconductor chips manufacturing. Obviously, it's dominated by Taiwan and the United States. However, in Canada, we have got excellent semiconductor chip design companies, which are critical. Apart from Intel, which also designs and also manufactures, most of the chip companies are basically designers like NVIDIA, and they get it manufactured elsewhere. So that is one place where you can help Canada, and you can also help India in the future when the semiconductor industry goes forward in India. The fourth one is, in the nuclear sector, Canada is developing the small modular nuclear reactors. Indian government has already expressed their interest to get as many SMRs, as we call it, to India to meet the high energy needs of India. So Canada is on the verge of commercializing that. And if you guys can come, study, and work in SMRs, you both will be helping Canada, and you will also be helping India whenever India picks up on implementation of SMRs. So there are a wide range of areas where you can provide value to both Canada and India. Thanks, Raj.
Thank you, sir. A couple more points from Nadira.
So, going ahead with what Chandraji just said, that my advice to all of you students would be that when you are looking at Canada, fabulous education, secure employability, and you get the same kind of the Ivy League education at a reasonable price. So do choose Canada as your place to go to. When you're going there, think in terms not of which university you've heard of, but which university provides you with the right skills. Employability is something that you all are looking for. For employability, what is the kind of skill you need, and choose it according to that. Whether it could be, it's no longer vocational, it is something, a skill that you must, that you need to acquire. When you're going to Canada, also see your expectations, what you're going for, what you expect over there. The chamber is, we have a kind of a launch pad. We have a kind of sessions where the High Commissioner of India to Canada, he attends and they talk to students as to what to expect from them, how to go there. So please keep that in mind. We are happy to work with you, Dr. Singh, on putting up a special program for your students and tell them a little more about Canada. For the Canadian universities who are here, just want to say that for internships, choose India because they have to experience working in Indian companies to equip them for working globally. And we can help you with that because the industries are our members. We can take out special internship programs with, like whether it is in Bangalore or Bombay or Delhi, where we can have, where they get an all-round experience of working and get that kind of a support system from the chamber. Thank you, Raj.
Great. Thank you, Nadira. And before we move to the final question of the evening, I think I'd just like to add one of the things for all the students. One of the biggest takeaways for you is when you graduate from a specific program, you may have come out of engineering, you may have come out of international studies, but be flexible on that first job. It's so important for you to get a break into the door of a corporate. When you move in, start working in a corporate, your life then is dictated by the work you do at the corporate, not by the choice of job that you're looking for that you'll wait for 9 months to get. So be very clear, and this is something that you'll benefit in your career. Now, to the last question, which is, how can we, in a collaborative environment, benefit the students of India to go to Canada? And, I'd like to get some viewpoints from all of us. And Arun, let's start with you, and we'll make it very quick responses as we have another 4 minutes to wrap up.
So Nadira also mentioned, and Raj also mentioned, there are hundreds of students in Canada who are currently getting educated. Okay? He mentioned about 400 alumni from Amity. If you have a process, doctor, if you have a process, try to identify in which universities these students are studying. All of you are, whoever is interested in going and studying in Canada, would be approaching different universities for admission. If that list is there, if those connects are there, pick up or send a mail to this student who's studying in that university in which you are keen to take admission in, perhaps even the same course. Engage with that student because he's your fellow alumni. He will give you first-hand experience and will guide you the best instead of a counselor. I'm sorry to say, but this is the new trend I'm seeing that has emerged. I was talking to somebody yesterday and they said, do you know there is a counselor in India who is doing this? He's connecting Indian students who want to go and study at a particular university with students who are already studying there. And that's the best counsel you can get.
What a novel idea. Over to our panel online. So we'll quickly go with Dr. Lashemi, followed by Dr. Hughes and Chandra, and then we'll come back to Nadira for the final word.
This is a very important question. A lot of students, unfortunately, they don't necessarily get the right advice to start their educational journey. And if they're actually considering Canada, they have to ask the right questions because it's important. And what we are seeing, of course, in Canada, we have a large number of international students coming to Canada. Of course, India is the top. India and China are the top two countries. Unfortunately, agents that are giving advice to students are giving advice to students more about pathways to immigration than equip them with the right educational experience. And my advice here to students is to have a clear understanding about what do you want, but also things that you are passionate about. And I can tell you there is a clear need for students to gain more international exposure and also practical experience in their field of study. Ask those questions. What is the university offering you about hands-on education? Because theory, we can all gain theory at any given university around the world. I think the hands-on education is your tool to enter the market and be successful. And we must give to students opportunities to experience learning opportunities in Canada, but also around the world. I think you mentioned the mobility of students. We need really to train and educate global citizens. And that actually the questions that you should ask, because this will give you a pathway to other markets, not just Canada, the US and other markets, and ask those questions and make sure that you embark in a pathway to be successful. I can tell you, I'm seeing a lot of bad practices by agents around the world, not just in India, where the only advice is just go this way, and then you will end up as immigrant in Canada. You need actually to have a foundation to be successful in Canada. It's not just about immigration; it's about having a solid foundation to be successful and have a career that is going to be giving you best opportunities for you and your families.
Thank you, Dr. Lashemi. Excellent advice. Over to you, Dr. Hughes.
Thank you. Well, I would just like to reinforce all of those points. I think from a Canadian point of view, we see incredible interest of students from so many different countries coming here, but also seeing that interest in Australia and Great Britain and other sort of the United States, other Western countries. And I really appreciate what a big decision that is. To leave your country, to leave your family and friends, to make a significant financial investment. And I just really want to reinforce what Dr. I'm sorry, is it Lachemi? Am I saying that right, Mohammed? Lashemi, yes, is saying, I really want to reinforce his point. It's a really big decision. And like any big decision, we often make the big decisions in our life on emotion rather than the facts. And so I think it's to really take the time and do your homework. And I really like the idea of connecting with people who you know who are already in Canada. What has their experience been? The alumni of the programs. What kinds of careers were they able to launch after their studies? And then the other point to really reinforce, coming to learn. It's not coming just to get a ticket to immigrate. It's coming to learn. It's coming to develop skills that will set you up for a lifetime of different opportunities. And I just think that's remarkably important. And so, what do the classrooms look like? Are you going to be comfortable learning in a classroom of 1,000 students, or are you going to thrive in a smaller classroom environment where maybe you'll be receiving more personalized support? And again, those opportunities for experiential learning. So important. But I just now want to come back to what Raj was saying about first jobs, because that really, really resonated with me. When I graduated with my Bachelor of Commerce degree, an undergraduate student, I got a job with a restaurant chain. And I had to be trained in every role in the restaurant, including washing dishes. And I thought, what am I doing with my business degree? Washing dishes. But I will tell you, I learned more about how that restaurant was really run by being in the dish pit. And it set me up for always appreciating every employee as I rose into different management positions. You don't necessarily start at the top, but you can learn so much about yourself, about people, about organizational cultures in any role. So, and then finally, this whole panel is just making me think, Dr. Gurinder, that I need to come to India and I need to be the student and I need to learn more about what you're doing. So I will commit to making that a priority in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes and Honorable Chandra.
I just say two things: research and be flexible. Research, I talked about the semiconductor chips or the battery technologies or artificial intelligence or the small modular reactors. Do the research. Find which is the best university, who are the best professors, which is the best program. Do your research. Everything is available online. Do your research, come here, get expert knowledge, and support both Canada and India. The second is be flexible. I came to this wonderful country 20 years back no family, no friends, no job. Not a single name, not a single phone number, no jobs. Me, my wife, and our son, we landed here. And within 11 years, I became an MP because I was ready to be flexible. I was ready to change myself to the needs of Canada. And you should also be ready to change not only to the needs of Canada today, but also to the needs of India tomorrow. So be flexible, do your research. Please come to Canada, make Canada your home. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So on a recap, I'd like to thank all of our panelists, Dr. Lashemi, Dr. Hughes, Honorable Chandra Arya, Mr. Arun Pandya, Nadira Hamid, for a very insightful conversation and discussion. I hope it was practical and useful for all of our panels as well as for all our audience. And Dr. Singh, most of all, thank you for the trust and the loyalty and the hospitality and your friendship that you have bestowed upon Canada. And we as Canadians, I can tell you, really enjoy interacting with you and your organization and appreciate all the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raj Narula. But what I like and admire most in my good friend, Mr. Raj Narula, is whom I say Raj, is the one person who's always passionate, always helpful. Whenever we tell him that there's this idea behind the student who wants to do some internships or wants to go to Canada, he is the first one to help. I think hundreds of people he has helped to establish the businesses. Thank you so very much. But coming back on the academics and then summing up, I think that India is changing very fast, and so is Canada. There was a time when the students were only taking admission and were going only for the advanced entry. So students were just taking admission and then doing a second part in Canada. But today, when we speak to the students in India, we see that there is a change in their behavior. They want to incubate companies. They want to create meaningful apprenticeship programs. And Professor Julia, you are very right. I think that the model today is not only offering degrees, diplomas, or certificates, but Professor Lashmi, as you were saying, that giving them the experience in Canada is very, very important. I think people respect Canada because of the experiential learning it has been able to offer to the international students. The kind of career it has been able to offer to the students, and that is what is the strength of the Indian universities. MIT is trying to create the largest network of companies where we can help the students to go for the certifications. For example, if a student is going to Canada, they are not only looking for the educational qualification, but they are also looking for the certifications from the industry. I can see, Mr. Arya, you are representing Ontario. In your constituency, there is a company called Digital and US, and this is a very big company which is headed by Suri Chawla, who is into the software and hardware business and computer sciences. He's from MIT. Long time back, he thought that he had two choices after doing his grad with us. He was doing a post-graduation from Canada, either do a job or to create a company. He thought that let him incubate a new company. So he created that company there, which is now having a base in Ontario, but is also in California. The size of this company within 7 to 8 years is somewhere about $800 million. A small company which started up with a great idea when a student is doing internships or trying to do for the apprenticeship programs, that is a kind of scope. So I think that we would like to understand from you that are there opportunities for the students where they can go for a short-term apprenticeship, maybe 6 months, and under the new education policy, as Mr. Pandya was saying, that the focus is now on apprenticeship and on the internships. Also, under the new education policy, we are inviting now Canadian universities to establish campuses in India. So become a partner of MIT, of India, and let's try to create programs where there can be transfer of credits, not only academic credits, but we are able to transfer and bring the credits from the experiential learning to apprenticeship programs or through internship program. But good to see our friends, Professor Julia. You have to come to India and give my regards to Professor Ashley and to a wonderful team. They were here last time.
And it seems like yesterday I was with all of you. Give a huge applause once again to Professor Julia. Professor Lashmi, thank you so much. I think that we have not been able to meet personally, but virtually, the kind of respect you enjoy at MIT, it is your own university. Keep coming, and we would like to explore that what we can do together. Give a huge applause to him. Mr. Arya, your story is truly, truly inspirational. We feel so proud that someone from India goes to Canada and becomes a member of parliament and is able to guide hundreds and thousands of people there. Give a huge applause to him. And of course, Ms. Nadira Ahmed, you are an inspiration. You are not only bringing the industry and academia together, but I think that the kind of programs you have just now spoken that you can help us to create, that will help us. And thank you, Mr. Pandya, for helping and always welcoming attitude. And of course, Mr. Raj, we'll keep on troubling you, but it's such a privilege to see all of you. Once again, thank you so very much. It was a very nice panel discussion.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come for conferring Amity Excellence Award. And to do this, I would like to invite all the dignitaries to kindly step forward for the award felicitation ceremony. Canada. So it's live with us. So as we meet and greet you shortly, this award, we will in person hand you this award. Amity is proud to confer Amity Global President and Vice Chancellor of University Canada. Keep applauding and make the thunderbolt sound this system with an echoing applause. Amity is proud to confer Amity Excellence Award. And this award goes to Honorable Mr. Chandra, Member of Parliament in Canada. Thank you so much, sir, for talking and giving us insight in this great panel discussion. Amity is proud to confer Amity founder and CEO in personality. Amity is proud to confer Amity Global Corporate Experience. Keep applauding. Amity is proud to confer Amity Excellence Award for fostering trade between India and Canada to Ms. Nadira Ahmed, CEO, Indo-Canadian Business Chambers. From a long time, this wonderful audience and students are sitting, so I would love to ask you to give a standing ovation to the entire team. So this is the end of the third session of first inaugural day of INBUSH era, where the theme was empowering change through 5 C's of transformation, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, communication, and community. On behalf of INBUSH organizing team, faculty, students, research scholars, senior members, staff, and support staff, I extend gratitude to your esteemed speakers, attendees, and sponsors for making this event on unlocking excellence, harnessing Canada world-class education for global business leadership and generating employment. A resound success. Your insights and contribution have enriched our understanding of leveraging Canada's educational excellence for global business leadership and employability. Let's carry forward the spirit of collaboration and innovation ignited here to drive positive change in the realms of education and business. Thank you all for your valuable participation and unwavering support. Thank you to Amity IT team for making the logistics to be live on this session. Thank you to all Amitians and the young leaders for the future tomorrow. A big round of applause to all the students. Students, kindly be seated. Let the guests proceed first. Be seated. All students to be seated. Faculty members to kindly take the charge on the floors.